Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is The Lighthouse Beam Points Toward Things No One Else Can See. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The beam hit the beach at 11:43 p.m., which was wrong for two reasons. First, the Sodderdy's lighthouse doesn't really sweep the way people imagine old lighthouses doing in movies. It flashes, regular, calm, white, every few seconds, like a patient signal sent across the Hudson to boats that already know where they are. Second, there was nothing on the beach. Nothing I could see anyway. The light cut through the river mist and landed hard on a strip of wet stones below the seawall, bright enough to turn each puddle into a little mirror. It held there for 3 full seconds, maybe 4, too long to be a normal flash. Then it shifted slightly, as if someone inside the lantern room had taken the whole beam by hand and aimed it 10 yards north, toward the black reeds at the edge of the marsh. Beside me, Milo stopped chewing. "Did you see that?" he asked. I kept my phone raised, still filming the lighthouse through the open passenger window, because I'd been trying to get some pretty footage for our inn's social media account. Fog, water, moonlight, the kind of thing people like to watch before booking a weekend away from their apartment, and pretending they were the type of person who needed a slower pace. "What part?" I said. "The light. It's a lighthouse." "No, I mean," he leaned forward, chin almost touching the steering wheel. It looked like it pointed. That was the first time I told myself not to be dramatic. My name is Clara Voss. I'm 32, a woman, originally from Connecticut, though I'd been living in Hudson Valley towns long enough to start giving directions by coffee shops that had closed years ago. I managed weekend bookings and guest issues for the Millstone House, a small inn in Sodderdy's, New York, the kind with uneven floors, framed river maps in the hallways, and owners who liked the word historic more than the word expensive. I was good at smoothing things over. Too good, probably. My private flaw, if you want it neat, was that I treated every strange thing as a problem of presentation. A noise in the pipes became old house charm. A guest seeing a man outside their window became probably a fisherman. I could explain anything if explaining it meant no one had to panic. And I hated open water at night, not in a poetic way, not because of some childhood tragedy. I just hated how it erased distance. In daylight, the Hudson looked wide and muscular, brown-green and busy, with birds and boat wakes. At night, it turned into a flat black surface that swallowed sound. You could hear water touching rocks and never know whether it was 2 feet away or 50. Milo Grant, 29, male, from Burlington, Vermont, was sitting beside me in the driver's seat of the inn's dented Subaru, one hand on the wheel and one hand buried in a paper bag of gas station pretzels. He was our part-time maintenance guy, though that made him sound more official than he was. Mostly, he fixed stuck windows, reset routers, patched drywall, and told guests he'd take a look with the grave confidence of a surgeon. He was practical, funny when he was tired, and the kind of person who trusted his own eyes until somebody gave him a reason not to. He squinted through the windshield. "There," he said. "It did it again." The lighthouse beam brightened through the fog. Flash. A pale bloom at the top of the brick tower. Then, instead of fading evenly, the light seemed to drag itself down toward the shore, not moving like a spotlight exactly, but landing in a place it shouldn't have landed. It struck the broken line of driftwood near the old boat launch. A few gulls that had been standing there lifted off all at once, making harsh, irritated sounds, wings slapping the damp air. Milo lowered the pretzel bag slowly. I checked my phone screen. The video showed the lighthouse flashing. Normal, the beach below it was dark, except for the brief wash of reflected light. "Camera didn't catch it," I said. "That's not comforting. It means it's probably glare." "Glare doesn't scare birds. Cars do. There are no cars down there." I looked toward the access road. He was right. The little parking area near the trailhead was empty except for our Subaru and a county maintenance truck with reflective tape on its bumper. The truck had been there when we arrived 20 minutes earlier, parked crooked near the sign that warned visitors not to walk the trail during high tide. The air coming through the window smelled like river mud, wet leaves, and someone's wood stove burning too green. From far off, maybe across the water in Tivoli, a dog barked twice and stopped. Somewhere in the marsh grass, insects clicked in uneven little bursts. We weren't supposed to be out there that late. Not officially. The inn's owner, Dana, had called me at 10:30 because the wedding party staying with us had clogged 2 upstairs toilets and knocked loose a curtain rod in room 4 during what they described as a completely normal champagne toast. Milo came in to deal with the plumbing. I came in because Dana was in Kingston with her sister, and I was still the person everyone called when something needed to be apologized for. By 11:15, the toilets were flushing. The curtain rod was temporarily screwed back into wood that had the structural integrity of stale bread, and the guests had either gone to bed or gone quiet in the way drunk people do when they think whispering makes them invisible. Milo said he needed 5 minutes of air before driving home. I said I wanted lighthouse footage for the inn account while the fog looked dramatic. That was the everyday reason. Simple, stupid, the kind of errand you forget later until it becomes the hinge everything swings on. "You still filming?" Milo asked. "Yeah, send it to me." "For what?" "So I can zoom in and prove I'm not having a pretzel-related episode." I tried to laugh, but it came out thin. "You ate half a bag of jalapeno ones before this." "That's unrelated." The beam flashed again. This time it pointed toward the maintenance truck. Not the beach, not the reeds, the truck. The white light struck its windshield and lit the inside like a room. For one sharp second, I saw the passenger seat, a clipboard on the dash, a green thermos in the cup holder, and a smear of something dark on the inside of the driver's window. Then the light was gone. Milo and I both stopped moving. The engine ticked softly under us, cooling. A pretzel slipped from his fingers and landed on the rubber floor mat. "Was that?" I started. "I don't know. It could be mud. On the inside." Neither of us got out. That part matters. In stories, people move cleanly. They decide what kind of person they are and then they act. toward the strange thing or away from it, or they make a joke so the scene can breathe. Real life has a lot more sitting still. Real life has seat belts and cold coffee in the cup holder, and your brain arguing with itself over whether a dark smear on glass is any of your business. Milo reached for the gear shift, then stopped. "We should check," he said. The word we did some work there. I looked at the maintenance truck. The reflective tape caught our headlights in dull red strips. There was a decal on the door, Ulster County Public WORKS. Below that, smaller letters I couldn't read from where we were parked. The driver's window was dark again. "Maybe the guys walking the trail," I said. "At midnight, people do dumb things. We are people doing dumb things." That was fair. A gust came up from the river and pushed through the reeds, making them rub together with a dry, papery hiss. The lighthouse stood beyond them, low and sturdy at the end of its narrow path, the keeper's house dark except for a faint amber light near the porch. It looked less like a landmark than a person holding very still. I killed the video and opened the flashlight on my phone. The battery was at 12%. "Great," I muttered. Milo saw the screen. "You live like this." "I'm emotionally dependent on chargers I don't bring with me." He gave me a look, then reached into the back seat. His own flashlight was one of those heavy aluminum ones he used in crawl spaces. He clicked it on and off to check it. A bright circle jumped against the windshield. "Stay here," he said. "No, I'm just going to look through the window." "No, because then I'm the woman sitting in the car watching you become a local news sentence." Milo breathed out through his nose. "Okay, together then." "Didn't move," he noticed. "Clara, I'm fine. You don't have to come." That made it worse somehow. I hated being seen in the exact place I was weak. The parking area sloped down toward the river, and although we were nowhere near the water's edge, I could hear it working in the dark beyond the rocks. Small waves, soft impacts, a loose rhythm like someone sorting coins in a pocket. "I'm coming," I said. When I opened the door, the cold slipped in fast. My boots sank slightly into wet gravel. The whole place felt underlit, though the moon was up behind the fog, spreading a weak gray over the marsh and the signboards and the low wooden fence that separated the parking area from the trail. Milo came around the front of the Subaru. He had the flashlight pointed down, careful not to blind me, and for a second, he looked exactly like what he was. A tired maintenance guy in a flannel jacket, holding a tool because it was what he had, not because he wanted to be brave. We crossed the gravel. The maintenance truck smelled faintly of diesel and old coffee. Up close, I could read the door decal. Ulster County Public WORKS, River Access Maintenance. There was a scratch along the driver's side, fresh enough that bare metal showed silver under the flashlight. Milo leaned toward the driver's window, keeping one hand cupped around the beam to cut the glare. I watched his face. "What?" I whispered. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "It's not mud." I stepped closer. The smear on the inside of the window was red-brown, dragged downward in 4 uneven streaks, like somebody had pressed their fingers there and slipped. On the seat below it lay a folded orange safety vest. The clipboard on the dash held a work order, damp around the edges, even though the windows were closed. Milo tried the driver's door. "Locked." "Don't," I said, too late. He looked back at me. "We're checking, that's That's all. A radio crackled inside the truck. We both jumped. It was brief. A burst of static, then a voice so broken by distance and interference that it sounded like it had been cut into strips. Copy north marker, static. Lights on it again, then nothing. Milo's flashlight dipped. The circle of light slid across the truck door and onto the gravel. You heard that, he said. Yes. Good. It was such a human thing to say that I almost smiled. A second pair of headlights turned into the parking area behind us. Milo swung the flashlight down. A blue Toyota Corolla rolled in slowly, tires crunching over gravel, and stopped beside the trail sign. The driver's window lowered halfway. The woman inside leaned over the passenger seat. Are you with County? Her voice had the clipped edge of someone who had been deciding for several minutes whether to stop. She was Elise Martin, 41, female, from Rochester, New York. She was staying at the Millstone house with her husband for the weekend. A quiet guest who had asked twice about tide charts because she liked to walk before sunrise. Elise had the alert, careful posture of a teacher or a nurse, someone used to scanning a room and spotting the thing that could go wrong before anyone else did. I recognized her immediately, partly because I had checked her in that afternoon, and partly because she had corrected my pronunciation of Aesopus with a gentleness that somehow made it more embarrassing. Elise, I said. She blinked. Clara, what are you doing out here? I could ask you the same thing. Milo gave a little wave with the flashlight. Maintenance, emergency, turned scenic detour. Elise did not smile. She looked past us at the truck. I saw the lighthouse beam from the road. That sentence settled over the three of us. I heard the river again. What do you mean you saw it? I asked. I was driving back from the pharmacy in Kingston. My husband forgot his blood pressure medication. She held up a small paper bag, then lowered it. The light kept landing in the same place. Here, not flashing, landing. Milo and I exchanged a look. Elise opened her door, but didn't get out. There was a man near the trail when I passed 10 minutes ago. A county worker, Milo asked. Maybe orange vest. He was walking fast, toward the lighthouse. She hesitated, away from it. The lighthouse flashed. All of us turned. The beam caught the trail entrance this time, turning the wet planks of the path pale. Not the whole walkway, just the beginning of it. The first 20 feet, maybe. Enough to show mud on the boards, crushed reeds, and something small and black lying just beyond the sign that said the trail could flood without warning. Milo lifted his flashlight. The object was a glove. Work glove, black rubber palm, orange fabric back. One finger was turned inside out. Elise whispered, "Nope." It was the most reasonable thing anyone had said. From inside the county truck, the radio crackled again. This time the voice was clearer. "Tom, answer your handheld." A pause. "Tom, if you can hear me, stay off the south spur." Repeat, "Stay off the south spur." The three of us stood beside the locked truck, listening to a stranger's voice come through a dashboard radio none of us knew how to answer. Then another sound came from the trail. Not a scream, not even a shout. A metallic clank, sharp and hollow, like someone dropping a tool onto wood. Then a man's voice, faint but real, somewhere in the dark between the marsh and the river. "Hey," we froze. The voice came again, strained and far away. "Don't come down here." Milo took one step toward the trail. I grabbed his sleeve. He looked at my hand, then at me. The lighthouse flashed above us. Moment, the beam seemed to rest on the path again, steady as a finger pointing. Elise said, "We should call 911. I said. My phone showed 1 bar, then none. 12% battery. No service. Milo pulled out his phone. "I've got 1 bar. He dialed, waited, shifted his weight. The call failed. "Try again," Elise said. "I am." Another clank came from the dark path. Then something splashed. Not close. Not far enough. The river made room for it with a heavy, sucking sound. Milo looked at the trail. "Someone's down there." "And he said not to come," Elise snapped. "He also might be hurt." That can be true at the same time. A practical sentence. A terrible one. The radio inside the truck hissed. The dispatcher's voice returned, flattened by static. "Unit 12, Sauderty's Lighthouse access. Welfare check requested. Tom, respond if able." Milo raised his flashlight toward the trail entrance. The glove lay where the beam had shown it. Beyond that, the planks disappeared into reeds and fog. The choice in front of us felt ridiculous, because none of us were police, paramedics, or park rangers. We were an inn manager with a dying phone, a maintenance guy holding a flashlight, and a guest with a pharmacy bag on her passenger seat. Sensible people would get in their cars and drive until service returned. Sensible people would wait at the road and wave down help. But the man on the trail had told us not to come down there, and he had said it like a warning, not a request. Milo looked at me. "Clara." The beam flashed once more over the path, clean and white, lighting the wet boards just long enough for us to see a second dark smear farther down, this one on the railing. Then it vanished. The fog closed back in. We had maybe 2 minutes before someone made a decision for all of us. I held up my phone, watching the service icon flicker uselessly. "Try from the road," I told Elise. "Keep dialing. If it connects, tell them there may be an injured county worker on the lighthouse trail." Elise stared at me. "And you too?" Milo's jaw tightened. I looked at the glove, the railing, the black trail bending toward the river I couldn't see clearly enough to trust. "We're just going to the first bend," I said. It sounded safe because I needed it to. Milo clicked the flashlight brighter. The river knocked softly against the rocks below, patient and close. And the lighthouse waited. We made it 12 steps down the lighthouse trail before my phone buzzed once in my hand and died. Not dimmed, not warned me, just turned into black glass. I stopped so suddenly Milo bumped my shoulder. "What?" he whispered. "My phone's dead. You said 12%. I know what I said. Behind us, Elise's Corolla idled at the edge of the parking area, brake lights glowing red through the fog. She had promised to drive back toward the main road and keep trying 911, but she hadn't left yet. I could see her silhouette through the windshield, one hand pressed to her ear, her face turned toward the driver's window like service might be hiding in the cold air outside. The trail ahead was narrow, raised on old planks over marsh that looked solid until the flashlight caught water shining between the reeds. Everything smelled brackish and metallic. Mud, river weed, wet wood that had been soaked and dried too many times. The Hudson moved somewhere to our right, close enough that I could hear little waves pushing under the walkway with a hollow slap. Milo clicked his flashlight over the railing. "First bend," he said. "That's what we agreed." I remember. "You okay?" I wanted to say yes. It was the simplest answer, and simple answers were my specialty. At the inn, guests asked me if the old radiator hiss was normal, if the brown water from the tap was safe after a storm, if the scratching in the wall was mice or something bigger. I had learned to smile before I knew. I had learned to stand between other people and their fear and turn it into a maintenance request. But out there, with my dead phone cooling in my palm and black water sliding under the boards, the smile wouldn't come. "I don't like this trail," I said. "No kidding. I mean it." Milo softened a little. "Then go back. I can look." "That's not happening." "Clara, no." The beam flashed behind the fog, white and blunt, and for 1 second the planks ahead were bright enough to show more than Milo's flashlight had. There were scuff marks in the mud between boards, a shallow drag line, not dramatic, not a movie trail of blood, just a smear of dirt and reed pulp, as if something heavy had been pulled or someone had stumbled and caught themselves low. Milo saw it too. He crouched, keeping one hand on the railing. "Looks fresh. Could be from the worker. Could be from equipment. Could be." His voice was doing that thing people do when they're trying not to add the word blood to every possibility. A voice crackled behind us from the county truck radio. The words came faintly across the parking area through the open cold, broken into pieces by static. "Unit 12, advised tide coming in." Milo turned his head. I said, "Tide." He looked toward the dark water. The sign said the trail floods. "At midnight, depends on the tide." "Do you know the tide?" "No, do you?" That was the first small disagreement. Dumb, sharp, born from fear. We both knew neither of us had checked. I had walked past that warning sign a dozen times during daylight with guests who wanted photos, and always treated it like legal decoration. The kind of sign put up so county officials could say they warned you. Now, the words on it were huge in my mind. Trail may flood without warning. Milo rose. "We go to the bend. If we don't see him, we go back. And if we do, then we help him. With what? With whatever we've got." Which was one flashlight, one dead phone, one maintenance guy, and me. Behind us, Elise shouted, "Clara." We both turned. She had gotten out of the Corolla. Her pharmacy bag was tucked under one arm, and she held her phone high like a torch. She jogged toward the trailhead, coat open, shoes crunching on gravel. "I got through for maybe 10 seconds, she called. "They heard lighthouse access and injured worker, then it dropped." "Good enough," Milo said. "No, not good enough. They asked if we were with the injured person." I said I didn't know. "Then they said not to enter a flooded trail." "They know someone S here," I said. "They know something is here." Elise looked past us into the marsh. "That's not the same." Milo glanced at the trail again. "Did they say when help is coming?" "No." The dispatcher was asking questions when it cut out. A sound came from ahead. 3 knocks, wood on wood. Milo lifted the flashlight so fast the beam jumped over the railing and into reeds. "Hello," he called, no answer. "Tom," Elise called, surprising both of us. The marsh gave back only small sounds. Water licking wood, reeds touching. A distant engine somewhere upriver, low and steady, then gone. looked at me. First bend. Elise stepped onto the planks behind us. No, I said. You should stay by the cars. I'm not letting you two wander into a flooded marsh with no working phone. You have your husband's medication. It's in my pocket now. That doesn't make this better. Her mouth tightened. I was an ER nurse for 14 years. Milo and I both went quiet. Elise Martin, 41, female, from Rochester, New York, had seemed careful when she checked in. But on the trail, her carefulness sharpened into something else. She moved with her feet set wide, eyes scanning the boards and railings, body already making room for bad possibilities. She had the look of someone who had seen enough accidents to respect ordinary dangers. Wet wood, wrong footing, darkness, people trying to be helpful and becoming patients. You were a nurse? Milo asked. Was. Now I manage staff scheduling for a clinic, which is somehow worse for my blood pressure. She pointed at his flashlight. Keep that low. You blind us, we trip. He lowered it. We moved. The trail narrowed after the first 30 feet. The reeds grew high on both sides, and the railing on the riverside dipped where a section had warped outward. Milo tested each plank before putting his weight down, which made progress slow enough that my fear had time to grow teeth. Under the boards, water sloshed in shallow pockets, the sound too close to my boots. The lighthouse flashed. This time it showed something hanging from the railing. A strip of orange fabric. Milo stopped. Vest. Elise edged closer, squinting, torn from one. The fabric was caught on a splinter at waist height, stretched and frayed at the end. Milo touched it with 2 fingers, then pulled back. There was a dark stain along one side, tacky looking in the flashlight beam. Don't handle it, Elise said. I barely touched it. Then don't barely touch it again. He swallowed whatever answer he had. We all heard it then. Breathing, not ours. Wet, uneven breathing from somewhere ahead and below. Tom, I called. The breathing stopped. Milo aimed the flashlight down the trail. The beam slid over the planks, the railing, the crushed reeds, then caught a pale shape near the bend. A hand. Just a hand at first, curled around the lower rail, fingers muddy, knuckles scraped raw. Then the arm. Then part of a man's shoulder, wedged awkwardly through the broken railing where the trail bent toward the river. Oh, God, Elise said, and moved before either of us did. Wait, Milo snapped. She didn't. I followed because letting someone else go first felt worse than going myself. The man was lying half on the walkway and half down the sloped bank below it, one leg caught between broken railing posts. His orange safety vest was torn open, his jacket soaked black from chest to hip. He was conscious, but barely. His face looked gray under the mud, and when he turned toward the flashlight, his eyes didn't settle on any of us. Tom, Elise said, dropping carefully to one knee. Are you Tom? The man's lips moved. Milo angled the flashlight away from his eyes. We're here to help. County Radio S looking for you. The man inhaled with a sound like paper ripping. Don't, he said. Don't what? Elise asked. Light. Milo glanced at his flashlight. No, the man whispered. The big light. The lighthouse flashed. The beam did not sweep over us. It landed beyond the bend, out in the reeds on the south side, bright enough for us to see a second path I hadn't noticed before. A narrower spur branching away from the main boardwalk, lower and half hidden by cattails. South spur, The radio warning snapped into place. Stay off the south spur. The man's fingers tightened on the rail. Did it show you? Nobody answered. Elise leaned closer, professional now. Tom, listen to me. I'm Elise. I used to be a nurse. Are you bleeding? He blinked slowly. His name was Thomas Keene, maybe late 50s, male, American. A county public works employee from the sound of the radio and the uniform patches on his soaked jacket. We didn't get his age then, not exactly, but he had a weathered face, gray stubble, and the stiff stubbornness of a man who had spent a lifetime fixing public things in bad weather, while other people complained they weren't fixed faster. His left boot was twisted sideways where it had jammed between the posts. Pant leg was torn. There was blood on the railing and on his glove, but not enough to explain why he looked so frightened. Legs trapped, Elise said quietly to us. Maybe fractured, maybe just pinned, I can't tell yet. We need to get him up, Milo said. No, we need to stop making him worse. Tom grabbed Elise's sleeve with sudden strength. She flinched, but didn't pull away. Not alone, he said. Who's not alone? I asked. His eyes flicked toward the south spur. The lighthouse flashed again. It lit the hidden branch. There were footprints in the mud on the lower planks. More than one set, some going out, some coming back. One set small enough that, for 1 6-second, my brain supplied child before I could stop it. Elise saw my face. What? There are footprints. Milo moved the flashlight. Could be old. They're wet. Everything's wet, Tom groaned, and Elise pressed her hand above his knee. I need something to splint or lever this, she said. Not yet. Just if we have to move him fast. Fast why? I asked. She pointed beneath the boards. Water was rising through the marsh grass. It slid around the posts in thin, shining lines, quiet and persistent. Not crashing, not dramatic, worse than that. It was simply arriving. Milo muttered, tide S coming in. A concrete problem settled over us with ugly clarity. Tom was trapped on a trail that flooded at high tide. Emergency services had incomplete information and no reliable contact. The south spur might have another person on it. The water was rising. We had no working phone except Elise's, which was losing signal. And the only person who might know what had happened was confused, injured, and warning us about a lighthouse beam. Elise looked at me. Go back to the road. Get service. Tell them we have a pinned worker, possible leg fracture, rising water, possible second person on the south spur. The words possible second person made my stomach tight. Milo said, I'll go. No, Elise said, you're stronger. I may need you to help lift or stabilize. I'm not leaving Clara. I'm right here, I said too sharply. He looked stung. That was my flaw again, wearing a braver face than it deserved. I didn't want to be protected. I didn't want to be known as the person who couldn't stand close to dark water. So I volunteered myself before fear could. I'll go back, I said. I know what to say. Elise nodded once. Good, clear, practical. Don't embellish. Location, injury, tide, possible missing person. Milo handed me the flashlight. I didn't take it. You need it here, I said. You need it to walk. I can see the parking lot from here. That was almost true. The trail behind us curved just enough that the red glow of Elise's taillights showed through the fog like 2 weak coals. I could make that. 20, 30 yards, then gravel, then the road, service, help. I stepped away from Tom. Behind me, he made a thin sound. Wait, I turned. His eyes found mine for the first time. Not Milo's. Not Elise S. Mine. Don't tell them South Spur, he whispered. Elise frowned. Why not? Tom's lips trembled. He'll hear. Milo's grip tightened around the flashlight. Who? The river answered with a heavy slosh against the bank. Tom closed his eyes. I stood there with my dead phone in one hand and nothing in the other, listening to the old wood creak under the slow pressure of water. Elise's voice dropped. Tom, is someone else out here? Opened his eyes again. Not County, he said. The fog moved between us and the lighthouse in torn strips. The beam flashed above, soft this time, ordinary, almost innocent. Milo said, Clara, go. So I went. The walk back was worse alone. I kept one hand on the railing, sliding my palm over wet wood, feeling splinters catch the skin at the base of my thumb. The boards shifted under my boots. Every few steps, water made a popping sound below, like air escaping mud. I did not look right. Looking right meant seeing the river. Looking right meant understanding how little stood between me and it. Halfway back, I heard Milo call something, too low to make out. Then Elise answered sharply. Then Tom shouted. The shout broke off into coughing. I stopped. Every sensible part of me said keep moving. Then the lighthouse beam landed on the parking area ahead. The county truck lit up again. This time, the driver's door was open. I could see the interior clearly. The clipboard, the thermos, the dangling radio mic. The door had been locked when we checked it. I had seen Milo try the handle. Now it hung open 6 inches, swinging slightly with each push of wind. I crouched without meaning to. A figure moved behind the truck. Not a ghost, not a shape with impossible edges. A person, human height, dark jacket, hood up. They crossed from the truck's rear bumper toward the trail sign, quick and low, like they didn't want headlights catching them. Elise. I called, then immediately felt stupid because Elise was behind me on the trail. The figure froze. For a second, we were separated by maybe 40 feet of fog and wet gravel. Then they ran, not toward the road, toward Elise's Corolla. Hey, I shouted. The person yanked at the driver's door. Locked. They tried the rear door. Also locked. Inside the car, Elise's phone glowed in the center console where she must have left it charging. My only working line to 911. No, 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 I said and ran. My boots hit gravel badly. I slipped, caught myself with one hand, and tore skin off my palm. Pain flashed bright and immediate. I kept moving. The figure saw me coming and turned. I didn't see a face, just a hood, dark gloves, and a pale strip of skin at the jaw. Male, maybe. Adult. That was all. He held something in one hand, a pry bar or tire iron, short, metal, wet. I stopped 10 feet away. He raised one finger to where his mouth would be under the hood. SHH. Then he smashed Elise's passenger window. The sound cracked across the marsh, hard and bright. Glass scattered over the seat and gravel. From the trail, Milo yelled my name. The hooded man reached in, grabbed Elise's phone, and slammed it onto the ground once. Twice. The screen burst white, then went dark. I screamed, Milo. The man ran behind the county truck, and disappeared toward the road, but not before grabbing the radio mic through the open truck door and ripping the cord so hard it snapped. A dead plastic curl swung beneath the dash. Milo came running down the trail with the flashlight bouncing in wild arcs. Elise was right behind him, breathing hard. "What happened?" she demanded. "He broke your window. He took your phone, he smashed it." Her face changed in a way I didn't expect. Not fear first. Anger. Clean, useful anger. "My car, I'm sorry. Did he get the keys?" "No, I don't think so." Milo swung the flashlight around the parking area. "Where did he go?" "Toward the road." "Did you see him?" "Dark jacket, hood, maybe male. He had something metal." Elise went to her Corolla, leaned in through the broken window, and checked under the visor, the cup holder, the floor. "Keys are here." "Then drive," Milo said. "Go now." She turned the key. The engine clicked once, then again. Nothing. She stared at the dashboard. Milo swore under his breath and opened the hood. I looked back at the trail. "Tom," I said. Elise turned pale. "We left him." "He told us someone was out here," I said. "He told us not to say South Spur." Milo slammed the hood down harder than needed. "Battery cable's loose. Maybe yanked. I can fix it. But not with him lying back there and water coming in." The lighthouse flashed again. This time, the beam found the South Spur. Far out past the bend, low among the reeds, something reflected back. Small, white, rectangular, a sign, a cooler, a piece of gear. Then it moved. No, not moved. It blinked. A phone screen. Someone was still on the spur. Elise saw it too. Her anger drained away. "There's another person." The county radio was dead. Both phones were dead. Elise's car wouldn't start. My Subaru was boxed in behind the Corolla and the maintenance truck. Keys in Milo's jacket pocket, which he had left on the trail beside Tom. The rising water hissed under the boardwalk. From the bend, Tom shouted again, weaker this time. "Don't let him come back." Milo looked toward the road where the hooded man had vanished, then toward the trail where Tom lay trapped, then toward the South Spur, where the faint white rectangle glowed once more and disappeared. We had come to help one injured man. Now there was a saboteur near the road, a pinned worker on a flooding trail, and maybe another person stranded deeper in the marsh. Elise picked up a long shard of broken safety glass from her seat, realized how useless it was, and let it fall. "What do we do?" she asked. No one answered right away. The lighthouse beam flashed once, clean and cold, over the hidden spur. Milo reached into the county truck and pulled out the only thing the hooded man had missed, a metal road flare case clipped behind the seat. He looked at me. "We go back for Tom first," he said. The water under the trail slapped the posts harder now. And this time, going back meant going farther than the bend. By the time we reached Tom again, the water had climbed high enough to touch the underside of the boards. You could hear it now in a new way, not the soft knocking from before. This was a steady push and slap under our feet, a wet palm hitting wood over and over, testing it. The whole trail answered with small complaining sounds, nails ticking loose, planks shifting a fraction, reeds scraping the rail like fingernails on canvas. Tom was still wedged at the bend, one hand locked around the lower rail, his face turned toward the main path like he had been counting our steps back to him. "You left," he rasped. We came back, Elise said. Her voice had changed again. Less sharp, more controlled. That worried me more than panic would have. She was kneeling beside him, with Milo's flashlight tucked between her shoulder and cheek, trying to keep both hands free. The beam made Tom's soaked jacket shine black. His left leg was caught below the knee between two snapped railing posts, and the angle of his boot was wrong enough that my eyes kept trying to slide away from it. Milo dropped the red metal road flare case on the planks beside me. It rattled open. Side were 3 flares wrapped in waxed paper, a cheap orange whistle, and a pair of work gloves stiff with old mud. That guy smashed her phone, Milo said to Tom. Tore out your radio too. Tom closed his eyes. You know him? I asked. His mouth moved, but no sound came. Elise looked up at us. We need to free his leg before the water gets higher. That's first. And the person on the spur, I said. If there is a person on the spur, they can wait 3 minutes. Tom's eyes opened at that. No. Tom, Elise said, you are pinned in a flood zone. Girl, he whispered. Everything tightened. Milo crouched. What girl? Tom swallowed. His throat clicked. South Spur. He brought her down there. Elise's hand stopped moving. The lighthouse flashed, and the hidden South Spur lit beyond the bend. A lower, narrower boardwalk branching left through cattails and scrub, running almost parallel to the river before curving out of sight behind a stand of dark willow. The main path continued straight toward the lighthouse. The river was to our right. The marsh spread left and ahead. The parking lot was behind us, already blurred by fog. I could map it now. Parking area. Main boardwalk. Bend where Tom was pinned. South Spur branching left into reeds. Lighthouse ahead, maybe 200 yards farther, its keeper's house dark and squat against the river. And somewhere between those points was a man with a metal bar who did not want anyone calling for help. Elise took one breath through her nose. How old? Tom squeezed his eyes shut. Teenager, maybe, I don't know. Alive, she was when I saw her. Milo stood too fast. Then we go. No, Elise snapped. We get him loose. Someone got a kid down there, and this man will drown if we abandon him. The argument was quiet because the marsh made loud voices feel dangerous. That somehow made it worse. Milo's jaw worked. Elise's hands trembled once, then steadied on Tom's knee. I looked at Tom. Why didn't you call it in? Tried. His breathing caught. Radio went weird. He was listening. Who? Tom's eyes shifted toward the spur again. Len. The name sat there, ordinary and ugly. Milo said, last name, don't know, comes around. Camps in the trees near the rail trail. Harmless, I thought. Tom coughed, and his fingers dug into the wet planks. Not harmless. That was the first partial answer, and it made everything worse because it was too plausible. Not a phantom. Not a curse. A local man people had noticed and categorized as someone else's problem until he became immediate. Elise pulled off her scarf and wrapped it above Tom's boot, not tight like a tourniquet, more to keep his leg from lurching when Milo tried the posts. Milo, she said, you lift the broken rail outward. Clara, hold his shoulders. Tom, this is going to hurt. Tom laughed once, barely. Figured. Attempt 1 was supposed to be simple. Free Tom. Drag him back to the parking lot. then drive or walk to the road for help. Simple lasted about 6 seconds. Milo planted one boot against the base of the railing and pulled the broken post outward. Wood groaned. Tom made a sound that was not a scream only because he bit it down in time. I held his shoulders the way Elise told me, one hand on his jacket, one against the slick rail, trying not to notice the water creeping up the bank below his trapped leg. Again, Elise said. Milo pulled harder. The rail shifted. Tom's boot moved half an inch. Then the whole lower support cracked, not the piece around Tom's leg. The piece under Elise, the board beneath her knee, dropped with a wet pop. She grabbed the upper rail, but her other hand went down through the gap into marsh water up to the wrist. The flashlight rolled away, beam spinning wildly across reeds, Tom's face, Milo's boots, then out over the river. "Elise," I shouted. "I'm fine," she hissed, though she clearly was. Milo lunged and caught her by the back of her coat, hauling her up before the weakened board could give completely. Her forearm came out slick with black mud and a bright line of blood where a nail or splinter had opened the skin. "Don't move him," she said immediately. "You're bleeding," I said. "Not enough to matter." That's not reassuring. It's accurate. Tom's pinned leg was worse now. The railing had shifted, but tightened around his boot at a new angle. His face had gone gray-white, lips pressed flat. He was sweating despite the cold. Milo stared at the broken support. "I made it worse." "You tried," Elise said. "I made it worse. Then stop talking and give me light." Her harshness snapped him back. He retrieved the flashlight. The beam shook in his hand. Attempt 1 had failed. Tom was still trapped. Elise was hurt, and the boardwalk around the bend was now less stable than before. The lighthouse flashed. The south spur lit again. This time we all saw the phone glow near the willows. It blinked twice in the reeds, low to the planks. Then it vanished. Milo said, "We can't ignore that." Elise looked at Tom's trapped leg, then the water, then her bleeding arm. "No," she said, "we can't." That was how attempt 2 began. Milo and I would go no farther than 20 yards down the south spur, just far enough to confirm whether someone was there. Elise would stay with Tom, keep him conscious, and use one road flare only if she heard the hooded man coming back. It sounded like a plan because we used plan words. No farther, confirm, signal, return. The south spur dipped lower than the main trail almost immediately. 2 steps down, the planks changed from wide county-maintained boards to older, narrower ones, silvered with rot and slick with algae. On the left, cattails pressed close enough to brush my sleeve. On the right, reeds opened in patches to show black pools connected by thin channels to the Hudson. Milo went first. I followed with one hand hovering near his jacket, but not touching it. "You good?" he asked. "No, me neither." That helped. Not enough, but some. Behind us, Elise spoke softly to Tom, asking him questions to keep him awake. His answers were thin, broken. The sound of them faded fast as the spur bent away. At 10 yards, we found the first object, a backpack shoved under the railing. Milo crouched, keeping the flashlight angled low. It was purple canvas with a cheap enamel pin on the front pocket. a cartoon fox holding a book. The zipper was half open. Inside were a granola wrapper, a folded rain poncho, and a student ID in a plastic sleeve. Milo lifted the ID just enough to read it. Maeve O'Connell, he said, 17. The girl had a round face, brown hair, and a board school picture expression, the kind teenagers use to survive being documented. A real person, not an idea, not a possible victim. A girl with a backpack and a bad ID photo. I felt my throat close. Milo put the card back exactly where it was. We go back. Tell Elise. From somewhere ahead, a phone buzzed. Once, both of us froze. Then came a sound that made my skin prickle, a low moan from the reeds to our left. Milo swung the flashlight. The beam caught a pale face between cattail stalks. I yelled. Milo cursed and stumbled backward into me. The face lurched toward us, white and open-mouthed, eyes round and black. For 2 seconds, it was the worst thing I had ever seen. Then it flapped. A plastic grocery bag, snagged on a broken branch, lifted by wind from the river. The printed logo had worn off in patches, leaving 2 dark holes and a stretched red smear from some old advertisement. It jerked again, making that moaning sound as air pushed through a tear in the plastic. Milo bent forward, hands on knees, breathing hard. Jesus, I laughed once, not because it was funny, but because my body needed to dump something. It's a bag, I said. I see that. We both screamed at a bag. I didn't scream. You absolutely screamed. I issued a tactical noise. The little joke landed and died quickly, because the phone buzzed again. Ahead, real this time. Milo turned the flashlight down the spur. The beam caught mud prints. Large boot prints layered over smaller sneaker marks. The smaller marks wandered, staggered, then dragged along the left side near the rail. We went 3 more steps. Then a man's voice came out of the fog. Turn that off. Milo shut the flashlight off so fast we were plunged into gray-black. I grabbed his sleeve. The voice came from ahead and slightly right, not on the boardwalk, but somewhere in the reeds near the water. I know you're there, the man said. He sounded calm, not theatrical, not drunk exactly. Calm in a way that felt practiced. Milo whispered back. We took 1 step. The flashlight came on behind us, not ours. A beam cut across the spur from the main trail, bright and low. For 1 confused second, I thought Elise had lit the flare. But this was white, handheld, moving. The hooded man stepped onto the south spur between us and the bend. He had circled behind us. He stood maybe 15 yards back, blocking the way to Tom and Elise. The metal bar hung loose at his side. In his other hand, he held Milo's jacket, the one with the Subaru keys in it. Milo whispered, "No." The man tossed the jacket over the railing into the marsh. It landed with a soft splash in the reeds below. Then he spoke, not to us, but past us. "Maeve," he called, "don't answer them." A small sound came from ahead. A sob swallowed almost immediately. Milo took a step toward him. I grabbed his arm. "Don't." The man lifted the bar a little. "You should have stayed with the cars." He was closer now, and I could see part of his face under the hood. White male, probably late 30s or early 40s, patchy beard, narrow mouth. Eyes that flicked too often toward the lighthouse. His clothes were dirty, but layered for the cold. He looked exhausted, not monstrous. That made him more frightening. The lighthouse flashed. Its beam landed behind him on the main trail where Elise was with Tom. For a second, the light showed Elise standing. Not kneeling. Standing with a road flare in her hand, unlit, held like a club. The hooded man saw the light shift and turned his head. Milo moved. It was a bad move, brave but bad. He lunged 3 steps. The man swung the metal bar low. It caught Milo across the shin with a flat, horrible crack. Milo went down hard on one knee, sucking air through his teeth. "Milo, stay back," the man said. I stopped because the bar was raised now. Behind him, Elise shouted, "Clara, Milo." The man backed away from us, still blocking the route. Then Tom screamed. Not shouted, screamed. The kind of sound that tears its way out before pride can stop it. The hooded man turned fully toward the bend. Elise struck the road flare against its cap. Red light burst into the fog. Everything changed color. The reeds became black blades. The water became oil. The hooded man flinched and brought one arm up against the glare. "Run," Elise yelled, not to us, to the girl. Ahead of us on the spur, something crashed through reeds. Maeve O'Connell appeared from the left side of the path, 17, female, American, soaked to the waist and barefoot, one ankle wrapped in what looked like a torn sweatshirt sleeve. Her brown hair stuck to her face in strings. Her mouth was covered with silver duct tape, peeled loose at one corner. Her hands were free, but one wrist was raw, ringed with red where a zip tie had bitten into it. She stumbled onto the boards 10 feet ahead of us. Milo tried to stand and failed. I moved before I had time to decide. "Maeve," I said, keeping my voice low, "come to me." Her eyes jumped from me to Milo to the red flare behind us. The hooded man shouted her name. She bolted toward us. The south spur shifted under her weight. A plank cracked beneath her bare foot. She fell forward, catching herself on both hands, and the phone that had been tucked in her waistband skidded across the boards toward me. Its cracked screen flashed once. Emergency call failed. Then the tide lifted under the spur with a deep, wooden groan. Behind us, the hooded man started running. Milo grabbed the phone and shoved it at me. "Go. I'm not leaving you. Clara, go." I pulled Maeve up. She weighed almost nothing and still nearly took me down because she was shaking so hard. The duct tape tore the corner of her mouth when she tried to speak. She made a small animal sound and clamped both hands over her face. The hooded man was halfway to us. Elise came from the bend with the flare held out, but she couldn't reach us without passing him. Tom was behind her, still trapped, shouting something useless and desperate. We were split now. Maeve and I were on the outer section of the south spur. Milo was down on one knee between us and the man. Elise and Tom were beyond him on the main trail. The parking lot was farther back, unreachable without getting past the man. The river was rising on both sides. Milo did the only thing he could. He swung the heavy flashlight at the man's legs. It connected with his ankle. The man stumbled sideways into the railing. The old wood snapped. He caught himself before falling, but the impact shook the entire spur. Something under us gave way. Not all at once. First, a long crack, running beneath the boards like ice splitting. Then, a tilt. Maeve screamed behind her hands. I grabbed the rail with one arm and her jacket with the other. The section of boardwalk between us and Milo dropped 6 inches toward the water. Milo stared at the gap opening in front of him. The hooded man scrambled backward toward the main trail. Elise screamed, "Move." Milo crawled toward us, dragging his injured leg, but the cracked section buckled between him and us. The lighthouse flashed. For one full second, the beam lit the whole shape of our trap. The main trail behind us was partly flooded at the bend. Tom was still pinned there. Elise stood between him and the hooded man with a burning flare. Milo was stranded on the inner edge of the failing spur. Maeve and I were on the far side, closer to the willows, with water rising through the boards at our feet. Then, the broken middle section tore loose. It slid sideways into the marsh with a crash and a sucking splash, taking 3 planks and half the railing with it. The way back was gone. Not blocked. Gone. Milo shouted my name from the other side of the gap. I held Maeve against me while the outer spur sagged under our weight, river water pushing up cold over my boots. Behind us, farther out near the willows, the spur continued into fog. Ahead, the gap widened as the tide took the broken boards. There was no retreat to the parking lot anymore. There was only deeper marsh. The broken boardwalk drifted away from us like it had been waiting for permission. 3 planks, a strip of railing, a handful of old nails. They slid into the marsh channel between me and Milo, bumped once against a post, then turned slowly with the tide and disappeared under the fog toward the river. For a second, nobody moved. Maeve was pressed against my side so tightly I could feel her ribs shuddering. Her wet clothes smelled like mud and river water and panic sweat. The duct tape hung from one corner of her mouth, silver and wrinkled, and every breath she took made a small, scraped sound in her throat. On the other side of the gap, Milo was on one knee, both hands braced on the boards, his injured leg stretched awkwardly behind him. He looked at the missing section like he could insult it back into place. "Clara," he said, "I'm here. That was stupid. Of course I was there, but it was all I had." Behind him, farther up the main trail, Elise held the burning road flare between Len and Tom. The red light hissed and spat in her hand, throwing sparks onto the wet planks. Tom was still pinned at the bend, his face twisted white with pain. One arm wrapped around the railing like the trail itself was the only thing keeping him alive. Len stood between Milo and Elise now, breathing hard, metal bar hanging at his side. He had lost his hood in the struggle. His hair was thin and damp, plastered flat to his skull. In the flare light, he looked older than I'd thought. 40s, maybe. His face was narrow and raw around the cheeks, his beard patchy, his eyes too awake. He looked at Maeve. "There you are," he said. Maeve made a choking sound and buried her face against my shoulder. I stepped backward instinctively. The outer spur groaned under my boots. Behind us, it continued another 30 or 40 feet toward the willows, then vanished into a low, blind curve. Ahead was the gap. To the right, dark water moved through the reeds toward the Hudson. To the left, cattails leaned and scratched at one another in the wind. There was nowhere to go that didn't get worse. Len took one step toward Milo. Elise raised the flare. "Don't," she said. He glanced at her like she was an inconvenience. "You don't know what he did," Tom coughed. "Len, shut up. You need to stop." Len's head snapped toward him. "You were never supposed to be here." Milo shifted, trying to get his good foot under him. Len noticed. "Stay down." Milo stayed down. His face tightened with humiliation and pain. The lighthouse flashed. For one white second, everything lost its red color. The beam landed not on Len, not on us, but on the keeper's house beyond the main path. Its upper window glowed as the light struck it, and in that flash, I saw something mounted inside the lantern room below the glass. Not magic, equipment. A long metal maintenance hook wedged through a service bracket, holding part of the rotating mechanism slightly off alignment. Something had jammed the housing. Every time the light turned, the obstruction made it catch and drag, throwing the beam low across the marsh in strange, pointed bursts. Tom had seen it. Maybe Len had done it. Maybe it had saved us more than once by accident. The light moved on. Darkness and red flare returned. Milo said low, "Clara, the spur behind you. Does it go anywhere?" I looked back. The boards were half underwater now. Past the willows, I could see a darker shape through fog. Not land exactly. A cluster of rocks and brush where the spur seemed to end near a maintenance platform. Beyond that river, I don't know. Maeve pulled at my sleeve. Her fingers were numb and stiff. She pointed at the willows, then made a motion with both hands. "Down, under, hidden." "What?" I whispered. She tugged again, harder. I peeled the loose duct tape from her mouth. She gasped when it pulled skin. "There's a boat," she whispered. My brain didn't take it in. "A what?" "A little boat. Under the platform. He made me sit there before. He said if anyone came, he'd put me in it and push me out." Len heard her. His face changed. Not rage exactly. Panic wearing rage's clothes. "You stupid little liar," he shouted. He moved. Elise swung the flare toward his face. He jerked back, but not before Milo drove himself forward from the boards and grabbed Len around the lower leg. Milo had no balance, no leverage, just desperation. Len kicked him once in the ribs. Milo grunted, but held on. "Run," Milo yelled to me, to Maeve, to everyone. Len brought the metal bar down. It hit Milo's shoulder with a wet, heavy sound. Milo let go. I screamed his name. Len stepped over him toward the gap. He couldn't cross it, not easily, but his eyes were already searching the broken posts, the floating debris, any way to get to us. He was close enough that I could see his hands shaking around the bar. Elise moved behind him. Not fast, not dramatic. She struck him across the back of the wrist with the unlit metal end of the road flare. Len yelled and dropped the bar. It clattered onto the planks and skidded toward Tom. Tom moved with the last useful strength he had. He grabbed it. Len spun on Elise. She backed up, flare raised, but the burned down end was shorter now. Sparks spat against her sleeve. She hissed when one caught her skin. Len hit her with his open hand. Elise fell against the railing, flare slipping from her grip. It landed on the boards and rolled, red light spinning wildly. Smoke curled low across the trail. "Elise," I shouted. Maeve grabbed my arm. The word cut through everything. Boat meant out. Boat meant water. My worst fear wrapped itself around the only possible answer. I looked at Milo. He was on his side, trying to push up with one arm, the other hanging wrong. Tom had Len's metal bar but couldn't stand. Elise was dazed, one hand on the rail, blood running from her nose now, flare burning between her and Len. Len looked back at Maeve. He did not care about any of us the way he cared about getting her quiet. Go, Milo rasped. The outer spur sagged again. Water spilled over my boots. I took Maeve by the hand and ran toward the willows. Not well, not heroically. The boards were slick, some under 2 inches of water, and every step made my knees loosen. Maeve stumbled beside me, barefoot and shaking, but she knew the path. She pulled me left when the railing ended, right when a plank dipped, down when willow branches whipped across our faces. Behind us, Len shouted. Then another sound. A crack. Tom had done something. Maybe hit him. Maybe hit the boards. I didn't look back. At the platform, the spur widened into a square of old decking built low over the water, mostly hidden by willow limbs and cattails. A rusted chain hung from one corner. Beneath it, half concealed under a tarp and floating crooked in the rising tide, was a small aluminum rowboat. It was real. It was also terrible. The boat was 12 feet at most, dented along one side, with 2 oars lying inside and a length of rope tied to the platform. Rainwater sloshed in the bottom. One seat was cracked. The hull knocked softly against a post. Maeve dropped to her knees and clawed at the knot. Her hands were too numb. I knelt beside her. The rope was wet and swollen, pulled tight by the tide. My torn palm screamed when I gripped it. Blood and marsh water made my fingers slip. Behind us, footsteps hit the spur. Len was coming. Maeve made a sound that was almost my name, though she didn't know me. I've got it, I lied. I yanked again. Nothing. The lighthouse flashed. The low beams swept past the willows and struck the platform. For one clear second, I saw the rope. Knot was looped through a rusty cleat, but the tail had been cinched around a nail head underneath. Not tied, snagged. I jammed my fingers under the cleat, found the nail, and tore the rope sideways. The skin on my palm opened wider. The rope came free. Maeve shoved the boat. It moved 2 feet, then stopped, still tied at the stern. Of course it was. Len crashed into view at the far end of the platform. His face was streaked with mud. His left wrist hung strangely. Tom had hurt him somehow. Not enough. He smiled when he saw the boat still caught. Nowhere, he said. See, I grabbed an oar. Maeve shrank behind me. Len stepped onto the platform. The whole structure dipped. He stopped, suddenly cautious. He was heavier than us. The decking shifted under his weight, rotten boards creaking above the tide. Maeve, he said, breathing hard. Come here. She shook her head. You don't know what they'll say about you. Her hands flew to her mouth. That told me more than I wanted to know. Not details. Not yet. Just the shape of his control. Shame, fear, the ugly trick of making a victim feel responsible for being found. I lifted the oar. Len laughed once. You ever hit someone with one of those? No, then you won't. He stepped closer. I swung. Badly. He caught the shaft, ripped it sideways, and pain shot up my arms. Maeve screamed. He pulled the oar from me and threw it into the water. Then Milo's flashlight beam struck his face from behind. Len flinched, blinded. Milo was standing at the far end of the broken spur, not standing well. He was leaning against the railing, face gray, one arm tucked against his body. Elise was beside him, holding him up with her bleeding arm. Tom was still at the bend behind them, half in red smoke, clutching the metal bar across his lap. They had made a line. Broken, injured, barely held together, but a line. "Elise," I shouted, "stern rope." She understood immediately. "Where?" "Under the platform." Len turned back toward me. I didn't have a weapon now, so I did the thing I was most afraid of. I stepped off the platform into the water. It hit my thighs first, cold enough to take the breath out of me. Mud swallowed my boots. Something slick moved against my shin, probably reeds, probably not alive, but my body didn't care about probably. I clamped one hand around a platform post and forced myself not to climb back out. Small steps. Do the task. Do not think about depth. Do not think about the river. The stern rope vanished under the platform, tied low where the water slapped the wood. I reached beneath the boards blindly. My fingers found slime, splinters, empty water. Len shouted above me. A thud shook the platform. Maeve screamed. I stretched farther. My shoulder pressed against the wet decking. River water climbed to my waist and soaked my jacket. The current tugged at my legs, gentle but constant, like hands that knew they had time. My fingers hit rope. I grabbed it. Knot was tight. No time. I pulled the road flare case from where Milo had shoved it into my coat pocket without my noticing. Inside, one flare remained. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I struck it against the cap. Nothing again. The tip sparked, hissed, and flared bright red under the platform, smoke exploding into my face. Heat licked my fingers. I pressed the burning flare against the rope. It stank immediately, burning fiber. Hot tar, river rot. Above me, boards cracked. Len yelled, "What are you doing?" The rope blackened. I held the flare there, teeth clenched so hard my jaw hurt. The rope snapped. The boat lurched free. At the same moment, Len grabbed Maeve. She screamed through a raw throat. I surged up from the water, slipping, one hand on the platform edge. Len had her by the back of her jacket. She clawed at the boards. Milo tried to move forward, but his leg buckled. Elise threw something. The orange whistle from the flare case. It hit Len in the cheek. It shouldn't have mattered. It did because he turned his head just as the lighthouse beam flashed again, bright and low, straight into his eyes off the wet platform. Maeve twisted. I grabbed her ankle. Not graceful, not safe. I just grabbed and pulled. Her jacket tore in Len's grip. She came loose and slid across the boards toward me. I dragged her into the boat. She landed hard in the bottom, crying out when her injured ankle hit the metal seat. Len lunged. The platform gave under him. One rotten board punched downward with his foot through it. He dropped to one knee, trapped for half a second. Half a second was enough. Milo threw the heavy flashlight. It spun end over end across the gap, struck the platform railing, bounced, and hit Len's shoulder. Not hard enough to knock him out, hard enough to make him flinch and grab for balance. I shoved the boat with both hands. It drifted backward into the channel. away from the platform, away from Len, away from everyone. My fear swallowed me whole for 1 second. The boat rocked. Dark water slapped the aluminum sides. Maeve curled in the bottom, sobbing. I had one oar now. One. The other was floating somewhere behind us. Clara, Milo shouted. I dug the oar into the water. I had no idea how to row properly. I knew enough to make a mess. The boat turned sideways. The current caught us and pushed toward the main trail, not the river, thank God, but toward the flooded bend where Tom was trapped. Len tore his foot free from the broken platform. He stood there, limping, wild-eyed, looking at the distance between us. Then he made a decision. He jumped into the water, not into the boat, toward the boat. The splash was huge. Maeve screamed again. Len surfaced 5 feet away, grabbing at the side. His hand slapped the aluminum. The boat tipped. Water poured in. I hit his fingers with the oar once. He cursed again. A knuckle split. He let go, then grabbed the bow rope. He was strong in the water because panic made him strong. He pulled himself closer. Maeve, he shouted. She sat up. For 1 terrible second, I thought she was going to freeze. Then she picked up the cracked wooden seat board from the bottom of the boat and slammed it down on his hand. Len howled and dropped the rope. The current took him sideways into the reeds. He thrashed, grabbed cattails, and found footing near the platform. He was not dead, not gone, but he was no longer on us. I rowed badly toward the bend. Elise was shouting instructions. Left, Clara, left, use the post. The boat scraped against a submerged rail near Tom. Milo grabbed the bow with his good arm and almost fell in. Elise caught his belt. I grabbed the post. The boat slammed to a stop. For the first time in what felt like hours, we were all close enough to touch except Len, who was coughing and swearing in the reeds behind us. Tom looked down at the boat, at the water, at his trapped leg. No, he said. Yes, Elise said. We can't get his leg free, Milo said. We don't need to free it clean. Elise's voice went flat, clinical, awful. We need to free him enough. Tom understood before I did. No, he whispered again. Elise crouched beside him. Her face softened for 1 second. Tom, listen to me. If we wait, the water takes you. If we move you, you may lose the leg. Those are the choices. Tom's jaw worked. The flare at the bend burned lower, red light shrinking. Len shouted from the spur. Closer than before. Milo picked up the metal bar Tom had held and wedged it between the broken posts around Tom's boot. I can pry, he said. You'll tear him apart, I said. Elise looked at me. He's already trapped in a rising river. That was not comfort. It was truth. Milo braced the bar. Elise positioned Tom's body. I held the boat against the rail with one hand and Maeve with the other. She was shaking so hard her teeth clicked. On 3, Elise said. Tom squeezed his eyes closed. 1. Len's footsteps hit the spur again. 2. The lighthouse flashed. The beam caught Len climbing back onto the main path, soaked, limping, metal bar gone, but hands empty and reaching. 3. Milo pried. Tom screamed. The sound went over the river, over the marsh, over everything. The broken posts separated just enough. Elise pulled Tom backward. Something in his leg shifted wrong. His boot stayed caught for a second longer, then came free with a sucking sound from the mud and wood. Tom collapsed half into Elise, half into Milo. Milo nearly went down. I shoved the boat closer. "Get him in," I shouted. They did not get him in so much as drop him across the middle seat. He cried out and then went limp, conscious but somewhere far away from us. Len was 10 yards off. Elise climbed in after Tom. Milo tried to follow, but his injured shin buckled. He fell against the rail. "Milo, I'm fine." "No, you're not." Len reached him. Milo turned and swung the pry bar left-handed. Clumsy, slow, Len caught it. For 1 second they stood locked together, both injured, both exhausted, faces inches apart. Then Tom moved. From the bottom of the boat, with his ruined leg twisted beneath him and his hands shaking, he grabbed the second road flare, the one Elise had dropped earlier, but which had rolled against the boat's side. It was almost burned out. He shoved it toward Len's jacket, not at his face, at the fabric near his chest. Len recoiled from the sparks, releasing the bar. Milo fell backward into the boat, too hard. The boat tipped violently. Water came over the side. Maeve screamed. Elise grabbed Tom. I grabbed Milo's shirt. The boat banged against the rail, spun, and broke loose from my grip. The tide took us, not out to the open river, down the flooded channel beside the main path, toward the parking area and the broader marsh mouth. Len ran along the half-flooded trail after us for 4 steps. Then the weakened boards at the bend, already cracked by Tom's rescue, and the tide dropped under his weight. He fell through to his waist. His hands caught the railing. For a moment, he hung there, kicking in the dark water, shouting words that came apart in the wind. Elise reached for the orange whistle on the boat floor, put it to her mouth, and blew. One long shriek, then another, then another. The sound cut across the marsh, sharp enough to hurt. In the distance, from the direction of the road, a dog began barking. Then a car horn answered once. Maybe someone, maybe nothing. Len tried to pull himself out. The railing gave. He did not vanish. He did not get swallowed by some imagined force. He fell hard into 3 feet of marsh, water, and mud, then crawled toward the reeds, coughing, one hand dragging uselessly. He was hurt. He was alive. He was no longer between us and help. The boat scraped gravel near the flooded edge of the parking area 5 minutes later, though time had stopped behaving like minutes. Milo rolled out first and collapsed on his side, gasping. Elise and I dragged Tom as far from the water as we could without making his leg worse. Maeve crawled onto the gravel and curled around herself beside Elise's broken Corolla, barefoot and shaking under my soaked coat. I stood ankle deep at the waterline, still holding the single oar. My hands were bleeding. My clothes were soaked to the waist. My chest hurt from breathing too fast for too long. Behind us, the lighthouse flashed. This time it looked normal. Just a light, just machinery, just warning. Far down the road, faint through the fog, sirens began to rise. Not close enough to save us, close enough to prove someone had finally heard. Milo looked at me from the gravel, his face tight with pain. "You okay?" I looked back toward the marsh, where Len's shouting had faded into coughing somewhere among the reeds. "No," I said. It was the first honest answer I had given all night. The first deputy reached us with his pistol drawn and his boots sinking into black water. He came from the roadside, flashlight shaking over the flooded parking area, shouting things that made sense but didn't belong together in my head. Sheriff's office, hands where I can see them. Nobody moved quickly. We were past quick. Milo was lying on the gravel with one arm tucked against his body and one leg stretched straight out like he didn't trust it to bend. Elise was kneeling beside Tom with both hands pressed around his lower leg, her coat thrown over him, even though she was soaked too. Maeve sat against the Corolla's rear tire under my jacket, barefoot, lips split from the duct tape, staring at the deputy like he was another problem she had to solve before she was allowed to breathe. I was standing at the waterline with the oar still in my hands. That was probably why the deputy pointed the gun at me first. Drop it. I dropped it. It clattered on the gravel, then rolled once and stopped against a broken piece of safety glass from Elise's window. Victims. Elise shouted, her voice rough but steady. We're victims. One critical leg injury. One minor. One suspected abduction victim. One assailant in the marsh east of the main trail, adult male, injured, possibly armed earlier. The deputy's flashlight swung to her. The way she said it worked. Not because it made him relax, exactly, but because it gave him a list. People in emergency, uniforms like lists. They turn chaos into boxes. Behind him, more lights came through the fog. Blue, red, white. A second sheriff's SUV. Then an ambulance. Then another. Tires hissed through shallow water at the edge of the road, where the tide had started pushing into the low spots. The sirens cut off one by one. The quiet afterward was full of engines. Deputies spread out fast, but cautiously. One stayed with us. Two moved toward the trailhead, lights crossing over the sign, the broken county truck, the floating debris. Another voice called for Marine units, then corrected himself and asked for fire rescue and a thermal camera. Someone cursed softly when they saw the boardwalk disappearing underwater. Elise never stopped pressing around Tom's leg. Tom had gone quiet by then. Not unconscious. Worse, maybe. He had retreated into some small room inside himself where pain didn't need words. His eyes were open, fixed on the lighthouse, blinking every time the beam flashed. It's jammed, he whispered. I know, I said. He turned his eyes toward me. The light. It's not supposed to, I know. He looked relieved and ashamed at the same time, as if the lighthouse had embarrassed him personally. Paramedics came with orange bags and a folding stretcher, boots splashing through gravel and mud. They cut Tom's pant leg away and exposed what was left hidden under soaked fabric. Looked away before my mind could make a permanent picture of it, but I still heard Elise inhale through her teeth. Distal pulse, one paramedic asked. Faint earlier, Elise said. Not sure now. Entrapment with forced extraction. Possible open fracture, vascular compromise, hypothermia starting. The paramedic glanced at her. You medical, former ER nurse. Great, keep talking. That was how Elise survived the next 10 minutes. She talked. She gave times as best she could. Mechanism. Water exposure. Loss of consciousness, no. Head injury, unknown. Assailant, unknown. She sounded like she was reading from a chart, and only her hands gave her away. They shook whenever she wasn't using them. Maeve did not speak at all until a female deputy crouched in front of her, and asked if she could say her name. Maeve stared at her. The deputy lowered her flashlight. "You don't have to tell me anything right now. Just your first name if you can." Maeve's lips moved. No sound. I crouched beside her, slow enough that she could see me coming. "It's Clara," I said, because I wasn't sure she remembered. "You're at the parking lot. Police are here. Elise is right there. Milo's right there. Tom is getting help." Her eyes went to each person as I named them. Then she whispered, "Maeve." The deputy nodded like Maeve had done something enormous. Maybe she had. "Maeve, I'm Deputy Harris. I'm going to get a blanket around you, okay? No one is going to put hands on you unless we tell you first." Maeve nodded once. When the blanket touched her shoulders, she flinched anyway. The deputy noticed and slowed down. Milo tried to sit up when they brought another stretcher. "No," the paramedic told him. "I can walk. You can argue lying down. My shoulder's fine. Your shoulder is hanging lower than the other one." Milo looked at me, offended. "Is it?" "Yes." "Don't sound so happy about it." I laughed then. Not because anything was funny. It came out wrong, too loud and broken at the end. Milo's expression softened, and that almost made it worse. He was bruised, gray-faced, probably concussed, and still trying to make me feel like we were standing in the inn kitchen after a guest flushed a washcloth. A deputy took my statement in pieces, while another wrapped my bleeding hand with gauze. I told them about the first beam, the county truck, the radio, Tom's warning, the south spur, the hooded man, Maeve's backpack. The deputy asked me twice about the lighthouse. "So you believed the light was pointing at things?" "No," I said automatically. He waited. I swallowed. "I believed it was showing us things." That sounded worse. I tried again. "It was a mechanical issue. We saw something jammed in the lantern room, a hook or bracket. It made the beam dip. Fog and reflection did the rest. But it kept landing where there were things to notice. Coincidence. The word was not cruel. It was procedural." "Maybe," I said. He wrote that down. By 1:20 a.m., they found Len. Not drowned, not vanished, not transformed by guilt into anything more interesting than a wounded man crouched in reeds 50 yards from the collapsed spur, shaking from cold and blood loss, with his right hand swollen badly and mud packed into one ear. A sheriff's K9 alerted first. Then a firefighter spotted him through thermal imaging, a bright hunched shape in the marsh grass. He fought until he didn't have the strength. When they brought him past us on a backboard, strapped down and cursing through chattering teeth, Maeve turned her face into Deputy Harris's jacket. Elise stood between them without being asked. Milo, from his stretcher, lifted his good hand and made a small, obscene gesture under the blanket where only I could see it. I should say I felt relief. I felt something flatter. A door closing in a house where I still didn't trust the locks. Len's full name, we learned later, was Leonard Price, 43, male, originally from Pennsylvania. Though he had been moving between campgrounds, shelters, and informal encampments along the river corridor for months. He had a minor record: trespassing, petty theft, a disorderly conduct charge from Poughkeepsie that had gone nowhere. The kind of history that makes people say known to police after the fact, as if knowing a person exists means you understand what he might do. Maeve had met him 2 weeks earlier near the rail trail when she was cutting through after a school club meeting. He was friendly at first, harmless in the way Tom had said. He gave her advice about which parts of the trail flooded, told her he used to work maintenance, told her the lighthouse was neglected and dangerous and nobody cared until someone got hurt. Then he started appearing in places where she hadn't invited him. Outside the library, near the bus stop, once across the street from her house. That night, he had intercepted her after an argument with her mother. She had gone out walking angry, without shoes meant for marsh boards, without a charged phone, carrying only her backpack. He told her he could show her something at the lighthouse that proved people were lying about the area being safe. When she tried to leave, he pulled the zip ties from his coat pocket. The rest came out slowly over several interviews, and not from me. I only knew what Maeve's mother screamed when she arrived at the hospital. Not words at first, just a sound from the belly, raw enough that the nurses looked away to give her privacy, even in a hallway full of machines. Tom went into surgery before dawn. He kept the leg. That was how Elise phrased it when she called me 2 days later from the inn lobby, where she had returned only to collect her husband's luggage and argue with him about whether she needed stitches. Tom kept the leg, but there were pins, vascular repair, infection risk, and months of rehab ahead. He would not be back on river access maintenance anytime soon. Maybe ever. Milo's shin had a hairline fracture. His shoulder was dislocated, then reduced in the emergency department, which he described as being briefly murdered by a very polite doctor. He had 2 cracked ribs from Len's kick and a purple bruise spreading down his side like spilled ink. He spent 1 night under observation and complained the entire time about hospital coffee. Elise needed 8 stitches in her forearm and had a bruised cheekbone from Len's hit. She insisted she was fine so many times the nurse stopped answering her and handed her discharge papers with a look that said former medical staff were the worst patients, which Elise admitted was true. Maeve had hypothermia, a sprained ankle, bruising on both wrists, and cuts on her feet from the boards and marsh debris. Physically, the doctor said, she would recover. Physically is a very careful word. I gave my statement 3 times, once at the scene, once at the sheriff's office, and once over the phone when a detective wanted clarification about the county truck radio and whether Len had access to the lighthouse mechanism. That part became its own little mess. The lighthouse was owned and maintained through a partnership with a preservation group, and county workers handled some trail and access repairs. But the lantern room was not supposed to be open to the public or to random contractors. The maintenance hook we had seen was real. So was the jam. Investigators found scratch marks on the service hatch and a bent latch. Len's fingerprints were on the lower stair rail inside the lighthouse, and Tom's were on the hook. Tom later admitted he had climbed up after seeing the beam dipping earlier that evening, thinking something had come loose before he discovered Len near the south spur with Maeve. In the struggle, or maybe before it, the hook had ended up wedged in the rotating assembly, just wrong enough to drag the light downward at intervals. No design, No message. No impossible warning. A damaged machine. Fog. Reflection. A frightened brain connecting points after the fact. That was the official explanation. I accepted it. Mostly. 3 weeks later, the Millstone house reopened the 2 rooms we had closed after the police interviews turned the lobby into a temporary waiting area. Guests came back because guests always come back. They asked about breakfast times and whether the Riverview rooms were worth the upgrade. Someone complained that the old pipes knocked at night. A couple from Boston wanted to know if the lighthouse trail was the one from the news, then looked disappointed when I told them it was closed for repairs. Dana printed a notice for the front desk. SAUGERTIS Lighthouse Trail temporarily closed due to storm damage and maintenance. Storm damage. That was easier than saying a man had bled into the railing while a girl hid barefoot in the reeds. I got very good at saying, the county is handling it. Milo came back to work before he should have, moving slowly with a boot brace and one arm still stiff. He refused to call it limping. He called it a dramatic step pattern. He fixed the curtain rod in room 4 properly, with anchors this time, and brought me a phone charger so long it could cross the lobby. Emotional support cable, he said, dropping it on the desk. I kept it plugged in. Elise sent one email from Rochester. No subject line. It said, Maeve's mother asked me to pass along that she is home. She is not okay, but she is home. That counts. Tom asked if anyone fixed the damn light. Milo should stop pretending he is walking normally. You should get your hand checked again if it still feels numb. At the bottom, she added, also, I am never correcting anyone's pronunciation of esopus again. Life is too short. My hand healed badly at first. The cut across my palm had gotten marsh water in it, and the doctor made a face when I waited 2 days to have it looked at. Antibiotics. Bandage changes. A thin raised scar where the rope burned through my skin and tore it open. For a while, I couldn't hold a mug without feeling the knot under my fingers. For a while, I couldn't hear water under docks in daylight without wanting to step back. I did not visit the lighthouse trail after it reopened. Not for months. Then one evening in early spring, before the bugs came back, and after the worst of the mud season had passed, I drove there alone. I told myself I was checking the closure notice had been removed from the inn's binder. That was a lie, but a harmless one. Sometimes lies are how you get yourself to do something true. The parking area looked smaller in daylight. Most frightening places do. The county had repaired the railing, replaced the south spur with a locked gate and warning signs, and installed a call box near the trailhead in a bright yellow housing. Elise's broken glass was gone. The maintenance truck was gone. The gravel had been raked smooth. Normal. Almost aggressively normal. A man walked past me with a golden retriever. 2 women in hiking jackets took photos of the river. Somewhere near the reeds, a red-winged blackbird made its metallic little call, bright and ordinary. I stood by the new sign and looked toward the lighthouse. The beam was off in daylight, of course. The lantern room windows reflected pale sky. The keeper's house had a fresh coat of paint around the trim. Nothing pointed. Nothing revealed itself. Nothing waited. Then I saw something caught low in the reeds near the locked south spur gate. Orange fabric. For 1 second, I was back there. Red flare smoke. Maeve's weight against me. Milo shouting across the gap. Tom screaming when the rail gave up his leg. Water around my waist, cold enough to erase language. I stepped closer. It was only survey tape. Bright orange, tied to a stake by the repair crew and frayed by weather. I laughed under my breath once, then stopped, because beyond it, half buried in the mud beneath the new railing, was the enamel pin from Maeve's backpack. The little cartoon fox holding a book. I don't know how it got there. Maybe it fell loose during the rescue. Maybe police missed it. Maybe the tide carried it out and brought it back. Objects move strangely in marshes. Anyone who works near water will tell you that. I picked it up with my scarred hand. It was gritty, dull, ordinary. I thought about mailing it to Maeve, then didn't. Not because it belonged to me. It didn't. But because returning, it would mean asking her to hold a piece of that night again. She had enough pieces. So I set it on top of the trail sign, where someone from the county would probably throw it away. Before I left, I looked once more at the lighthouse. The glass caught the sinking sun and flashed. Just sunlight, just an angle, just a reflection. It landed, briefly, on the new yellow call box. Then it was gone. I stood there a little too long, listening to the river move below the rocks, waiting for my body to understand that nothing was asking me to follow. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is, I work at a car wash, and one vehicle comes through covered in handprints. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was that the rear camera was taped over. Not broken, not cracked, taped. A square of gray duct tape pressed flat across the little black lens above the license plate, the edges smoothed down with someone's thumb. It was the kind of detail you only caught if you were standing behind a car with a hose in your hand at 9:43 on a Thursday night, under fluorescent tubes that made everything look slightly sick, watching a white SUV roll into Bay 2 with the engine idling too high. The rest of the car looked normal for late February in Ohio. Road salt on the wheel wells, dirty snow melting off the running boards, a film of grime across the back window where the wiper had drawn one clean half moon. Nothing special. Then the driver's side rear door passed under the first strip of light, and I saw the handprints. Not one or two, dozens, small ones, big ones, smeared sideways in the dirt like people had slapped both palms against the paint and dragged their fingers down. I'm Evan Mallory, 27, male, and I was the closing shift lead at Wash and Go Express on the east side of Columbus, just off Hamilton Road, where the gas station next door sold lottery tickets until midnight, and the Taco Bell across the intersection never seemed to turn its sign off. I had worked there long enough to know the difference between gross and wrong. Gross was a minivan with spilled chocolate milk soaking into the carpet. Gross was a contractor's pickup with drywall dust in every crevice. Wrong was harder to explain. Wrong made you pause with your thumb on the spray trigger while the conveyor belt clanked beneath your boots. I glanced toward the kiosk window. Mara lifted both hands like, "What?" Mara Ellison, 31, female, was our cashier and night attendant. A woman from Dayton with a buzzed undercut, chipped black nail polish, and a talent for making every customer feel like they had personally inconvenienced her and been forgiven in the same sentence. She had a fleece jacket zipped up under her wash and go polo, and was leaning against the inside counter with her headset crooked around one ear. Behind the glass, the little space glowed blue from the POS screen and smelled, even from outside, like burnt coffee and wet receipts. I pointed at the SUV's side. She squinted. The SUV rolled another foot forward. Mara stopped chewing her gum. That was enough. The vehicle was a white Chevy Tahoe, maybe 5 or 6 years old, with tinted windows dark enough that the interior showed only faint reflections of our tunnel lights. The plate was from Michigan, half crusted with salt. The front bumper had a dent on the passenger side, not fresh, and one fog light was out. People came through from everywhere because I-270 was 10 minutes away. Michigan plates weren't weird. Handprints weren't automatically weird either if you wanted to make excuses. Kids, mud, a prank, a family road trip where the backseat passengers had sticky hands and no boundaries. I told myself that while the brushes thumped empty air ahead of it. The driver's window came down 3 inches. A man's voice said, "Basic wash." He said it too fast, like he had rehearsed the 2 words and didn't want to use any more. I stepped closer, staying out of the tire path. The air around the SUV carried that usual winter road smell: salt, exhaust, damp rubber. But there was something else under it, faint and sour, like old gym towels left in a trunk. "Evening," I said. "You want the undercarriage rinse. Roads are nasty tonight." "Basic," he repeated. The gap in the window was too narrow for me to see his whole face. I caught a slice of cheek, pale stubble, the edge of a knit cap pulled low. One hand rested on the steering wheel. The knuckles were raw-looking, or maybe the red light from the bay entrance made them look that way. "You're good to roll ahead when the green arrows flash," I said. He didn't answer. The window hummed back up. For a moment, the bay was just machine noise. The conveyor chain clicking. The big overhead fan rattling in its housing. Water dripping from the last car's mirrors onto the concrete in irregular ticks. I hit the button on the wand to start the pre-rinse. The first blast of water struck the rear quarter panel and broke over the handprints. Mud dissolved and ran in brown threads. Most of the prints blurred instantly, but some stayed visible underneath, greasy shapes resisting the water, pressed in oil or something thicker than road dirt. Fingers, palms, overlapping at different heights. One print low on the passenger door was tiny. I mean tiny. A child's hand, fingers spread. I looked back at Mara again. This time, she opened the kiosk door and stepped out, letting in a brief square of warm light. "What the hell is that?" she called over the spray. I kept the wand moving because stopping a wash once the customer was already on the belt meant paperwork, refunds, arguments, and sometimes the owner checking cameras the next morning and texting me before I'd even brushed my teeth. That was the kind of thing I cared about too much. I knew it about myself. My mother called it being responsible. My ex called it needing permission from people who didn't deserve that much space in my head. The truth was uglier. I hated being the person who overreacted. When I was 19, I called 911 because I thought I heard someone screaming behind the apartment laundry room. It turned out to be a drunk couple fighting over a Bluetooth speaker and a raccoon caught in a dumpster lid. 2 cops laughed about it while writing down my name. One of them said, "Better safe than sorry," in a voice that meant exactly the opposite. Since then, I had a private rule. Don't make trouble unless trouble introduces itself by name. So I rinsed. "Probably kids," I said, though I didn't believe myself. "At midnight." "It's not midnight." "It's close enough for creepy car math." Tahoe's front wheels caught the conveyor. The machine tugged it forward with a low metal groan. Soap began to spill from the arch ahead, blue foam curtain trembling in the bay's cold draft. The driver kept both hands on the wheel, even though the signs told him to put the car in neutral and hands off. I saw the brake lights flare, then release. "Sir," I called, stepping beside the window. "Neutral, no brake." He didn't look at me. Inside the Tahoe, something moved behind the tint. Not big, not dramatic, just a shift in shadow in the second row, like a jacket sliding off a seat. I tapped the glass with 2 knuckles. The driver's head snapped toward me. For half a second, I saw his eyes between the edge of the cap and the top of the window seam. Blue or gray, wet-looking, wide but not surprised, more like angry at himself for reacting. "Neutral," I said again, pointing at the sign. He stared through me. Then the transmission clunked, and the SUV settled into the conveyor's pull. Mara had come up behind me, close enough that I could hear her jacket swish when she folded her arms. "Did you see that?" she asked. I saw him not know how a car wash works. "No, back seat." I wiped spray off my upper lip with the back of my wrist. The water was warm from the system, but the air made it cold fast. My gloves smelled like lemon, detergent, and mildew. "Tint's dark," I said. "That's not an answer." Before I could respond, Tyler came out of the equipment room carrying a box of microfiber towels against his chest, like he was rescuing kittens. Tyler Voss, 22 male, was our newest night hire. A skinny guy from Lancaster with a reddish beard he kept trimming badly, and a habit of laughing when he was nervous. He had moved back in with his sister after dropping out of a welding program, and he treated every shift like one wrong move would get him sent somewhere worse. He was good with customers because he apologized before anyone got mad. He was bad with machines because he trusted them. "Why are we all staring at the murder car?" he asked. Mara turned on him. "Don't say murder car. I'm saying what we're feeling. We are not feeling it out loud." The Tahoe disappeared under the first sheet of foam. The brushes engaged with a heavy wet slap. Pink and blue suds climbed the windshield, swallowed the hood, wrapped around the side mirrors. For 3 seconds, the handprints were hidden. The SUV became any other SUV, a blocky white shape being scrubbed clean by equipment older than Tyler. That helped. Then, the rear passenger window came out from behind the foam. A palm print remained on the glass from the inside, clear as breath on a mirror. Mara said, "Evan, I see it." Tyler stopped laughing. The print was high on the rear passenger window, fingers pointing upward, pressed from inside hard enough to show the heel of the hand. The tint made it faint, but the soap running down outside traced around it. Another mark appeared beside it. 4 fingers, no thumb, dragged down an inch. "Maybe a kid," Tyler said. Mara's voice dropped. "Maybe a kid who wants out." The car kept moving. At wash and go, once a vehicle passed the first brush, you had maybe 40 seconds before it reached the dryer doors and rolled into the exit lot. There were emergency stops, obviously. Big red mushroom buttons mounted at both ends of the tunnel and one inside the kiosk. We used them when someone braked too hard, when a trailer hitch caught, when an old man forgot to fold in his mirror and started screaming like the brush was attacking him personally. You didn't hit the emergency stop because a car looked creepy. At least, that's what I told myself as my hand hovered near the button. "What do we do?" Tyler asked. He looked at me because I wore the shift lead keyring, because I was older, because I had acted like knowing how to reset the foam pump made me useful in a crisis. Mara didn't wait for me. She pulled her phone from her jacket pocket and angled it toward the SUV, recording through the spray and reflections. "Get the plate," she said. "It's covered," Tyler said. "Then get the damn car." I could feel the cameras watching us from the corners, one over the entrance, one inside the tunnel, one pointed at the vacuum bays. The owner, Harlan Greer, 58 male, wasn't present, but his personality lived in the cameras and laminated signs. Harlan was a former insurance adjuster from Cincinnati who believed every problem could be solved with a policy, a label maker, and not involving him after 8 p.m., he had hired me because I was steady. He said steady like it meant obedient. I pressed the radio button on my shoulder mic. "Bay 2 possible customer issue," I said, and immediately hated how small that sounded. The radio crackled back with only static. Our cheap radios hated the tunnel. Water, concrete, motors. They turned every message into frying bacon. The Tahoe moved into the high-pressure rinse. Jets hammered the sides. The sound filled the bay so completely it pushed all of us back a step. Water battered the glass. The inside handprint vanished, then reappeared when the angle changed. The driver's side front window lowered again. Not all the way, 2 inches. "Stop looking at my car," the man shouted. The rinse jets made his voice ragged. Mara stepped forward. "Sir, is there someone in the back seat?" The window rose. "Sir," she yelled. The SUV's brake lights flared. The conveyor lurched. The Tahoe jerked sideways just enough for the passenger tires to squeal against the guide rail. A sharp rubber shriek cut through the water. Tyler dropped the towel box. Cloths spilled across the wet concrete, soaking up gray runoff. I hit the emergency stop. Everything died in layers. First, the brushes stopped thrashing. Then The conveyor clanked twice and locked. The rinse jets coughed out their last pressure. The overhead fan wound down with a tired metallic whine. Water kept dripping from the ceiling nozzles, hundreds of little taps landing on metal, glass, concrete, jacket sleeves. The Tahoe sat halfway through the tunnel, soap sliding down its doors. For a second, no one moved. Then the driver's door opened. The man stepped out fast and wrong, like he had already decided where his feet would go before the door swung wide enough. He was in his late 30s or early 40s, male, white, maybe 6 feet tall, wearing a black Carhartt jacket, jeans damp at the cuffs, and a navy knit cap pulled almost to his eyebrows. His face was narrow and unshaven. There was a scratch running from the corner of his mouth toward his chin, bright against the gray stubble. He didn't look drunk. That would have been easier. Drunk people have a loose center. He looked wound tight enough to snap. "Turn it back on," he said. I held up both hands. "You braked on the conveyor. We need to make sure. Turn it back on." Mara kept her phone low at her side, still recording. We asked if somebody was in the back. The man's eyes moved to her. "What's your name?" he said. Mara smiled without warmth. "Nope." Tyler bent slowly to pick up the towels, then stopped halfway, as if he had realized bending down put his face closer to the man's boots. I stepped between them. Not heroically, not even bravely, just because I was shift lead and there were cameras and rules and a red emergency button under my palm. "Sir," I said, "for safety, I need you to stay in the vehicle or step outside the tunnel. My car is stuck in your machine because you hit the brake." I said, "Turn it back on." And I said, "We need to check the rail." That was the wrong thing to say. I saw it land. His jaw shifted. A muscle jumped near his temple. Behind him, inside the Tahoe, the second row window fogged slightly in an oval patch. Then it cleared. Someone had exhaled against it. Mara whispered, "There is someone in there." The man heard her. His hand dropped toward his jacket pocket. Nothing dramatic, just a movement. But the tunnel was narrow, the floor was slick, and suddenly all the ordinary objects around me became inventory in my head. Aluminum spray wand, plastic bucket, tire shine bottle, fire extinguisher by the equipment room door, Tyler's dropped towel box, the red button. "Keep your hands where I can see them," I said. My voice cracked on the last word. The man stared at me as if he couldn't believe I had spoken. Then he smiled. Not wide, not theatrical, just enough to show one front tooth darker than the others. "You kids see too much," he said. Mara's phone made a tiny sound, a focus beep. His eyes flicked down. "Are you recording me?" Mara backed up one step. "For our safety." He moved toward her. I grabbed the spray wand before I thought about it and lifted it waist high, nozzle pointed at the ground between us. There was no pressure in the line with the system stopped, but he didn't know that. Or maybe he did and didn't care. "Don't," I said. The word came out smaller than I wanted. The man stopped anyway. The tunnel lights buzzed overhead. Foam slid off the Tahoe and pattered onto the concrete. Somewhere outside, a car passed on Hamilton Road with bass thumping through closed windows. Ordinary life, 50 yards away, kept going. Then came a sound from inside the SUV. 3 taps, not loud, not frantic, knuckle against glass. Tap, tap, from the rear passenger side. Tyler whispered, "Jesus." The man turned his head slowly toward the vehicle. For the first time, he looked afraid. Not of us, of the tapping. I wish I could say that made me act. I wish I could say I charged the rear door, yanked it open, and whatever came next started because I chose the right thing without hesitation. But I stood there with a dead spray wand in my hands, trapped between the old fear of making a scene and the newer, sharper fear that not making one would be worse. Mara said, "Evan, call 911. The man said, "Don't." His voice had changed. It was quieter now, almost pleading. Another tap came from the rear window, just one this time. The Tahoe's hazards began blinking, amber light pulsing against the wet tunnel walls. I hadn't seen him press anything. Maybe he had. Maybe someone inside had. The rhythm painted all of us in flashes. Mara's pale face over her phone, Tyler frozen beside the towels, the man with his hand near his pocket, me with my finger hovering over the call button on my own phone. Outside the tunnel, the gas station sign hummed. Inside, water dripped steadily from the undercarriage sprayer, hitting the same spot on the floor over and over. The choice sat there in front of us, plain and ugly. Restart the wash, let the Tahoe roll out, pretend the handprints were mud, and the tapping was a loose seatbelt buckle. Or stop being steady. I looked at Mara. She nodded once. I unlocked my phone, and the man took one step toward me. The man moved faster than I expected. Not running. That would have made sense. Running gives everyone permission to panic. He just closed the distance with 2 long steps, boots splashing through the soap water, one hand still hovering near his jacket pocket, and the other reaching for my phone like it belonged to him. I backed up and hit the metal edge of the control pedestal with my hip. "Don't touch me," I said. It came out thin, almost polite. Mara wasn't polite. "Back off," she snapped, and she raised her phone higher so the camera pointed straight at his face. "I've got you. I've got the car. I've got everything." The driver stopped, but only because he had to choose between me and her. His eyes moved from my phone to hers, then to Tyler, who had picked up one of the soaked microfiber towels like it could be used as a weapon if you were desperate enough and didn't understand weapons. The Tahoe's hazard lights kept blinking. Amber, dark. Amber, dark. Each flash showed another piece of the tunnel. The strips of pink soap still clinging to the rear hatch, the wet tire rails, the white mist hanging under the stopped dryer fans. The air smelled hot and chemical now, detergent mixed with brake dust, and that sour smell from the SUV's interior. Underneath it all was the old mineral stink of standing water in the trench drain. "Give me the phone," the man said. "No," I said. "I'm not asking." "That's obvious." He gave me a look that made me regret the line immediately. My mouth did that sometimes when I got scared. It reached for sarcasm the way a hand reaches for a railing. Mara shifted left toward the kiosk door. "Evan, call." "I am." My thumb missed the emergency call button because my hand was wet. The screen smeared. Numbers jumped under my finger. I heard my own breathing, fast and ugly, louder than the water dripping from the SUV. For a second, I was 19 again, standing outside that apartment laundry room with two cops smirking at me because I had confused a raccoon and a fight for something worse. The memory came with details I hated: the yellow porch light, the little puddle of spilled beer under the dumpster, the way one cop's pen clicked 3 times before he asked for my date of birth. Better safe than sorry. Except now sorry was sitting inside a Tahoe with a palm pressed to the glass. The man lunged again. Tyler moved before I did. He threw the wet towel at the driver's face. It wasn't brave in a movie way. It was clumsy and almost stupid. The towel unfolded midair, heavy with gray rinse water, and slapped across the man's chest instead of his face. But it startled him. He jerked back, cursing, and his boot slid on the soap-slick concrete. His shoulder hit the side of the Tahoe with a dull thud. Mara yelled, "Go." I finally got 911 open. The operator answered on the second ring, calm enough to sound unreal. 911, what is the address of your emergency? Wash and Go Express, I said, words tripping over each other. Hamilton Road, Columbus. There's a man in our car wash. He might have someone trapped in his car. He threatened us. The driver pushed off the Tahoe and came at me again. This time his hand came out of his pocket. No gun, a key fob. He jammed his thumb against it. The Tahoe's locks snapped. Once, twice. The sound was small, but it cut through everything. A clean plastic clack from inside the doors. Then the engine revved. "Move," I shouted. The SUV jerked against the conveyor rail. It couldn't go far. The front tires were caught in the guide track, and the emergency stop had locked the belt, but the driver had left it running in neutral or shifted back into drive when he stepped out. The Tahoe strained forward with a grinding squeal, tires turning against wet metal. The whole vehicle shuddered. Soap shook loose from the roof in thick drops. "Sir," the operator said in my ear. "Sir, are you safe?" "No," I said. "No, we are not safe." The driver ran back to the open door. Mara moved toward the rear passenger side. That scared me more than anything he'd done. "Mara, there's someone in there. You don't know that." She didn't stop. Mara had flaws too, and hers was the opposite of mine. She hated being dismissed, hated seeing something wrong, and being told to wait for someone official to name it first. Later, I'd learned some of that came from an old boyfriend in Dayton who used to hide her car keys and then call her dramatic when she complained. In that moment, all I knew was that she moved with the angry certainty of a woman who had spent too much of her life not being believed. She grabbed the rear passenger handle. Locked. She tried again, harder. Inside, something tapped the glass once. Mara's face changed. "Evan," she said, quieter now. "It's a kid," the driver shouted. "Get away from there." He was halfway into the front seat, one knee on the floorboard, one hand on the steering wheel. His cap had slipped back, showing sweaty hair flattened to his scalp. The scratch on his mouth had opened a little. Blood mixed with water at his chin. I heard the operator asking if there was a weapon. "I don't know," I said. "He's trying to drive out. The car's stuck in the tunnel. There may be a child in the back. Police and EMS are being dispatched," she said. "Stay on the line. Do not put yourself in danger." That was useful advice in the same way a sign saying "don't drown" is useful during a flood. Tyler had backed toward the equipment room, eyes huge, towel box overturned at his feet. "Emergency release," he said. "What?" "The doors," he said, pointing toward the SUV. "Don't cars have child lock? Like back doors won't open from inside, but open outside." "They're locked," Mara said. "The unlock button," Tyler said. "Front door." The driver heard him. He slammed his door shut. The Tahoe lurched again, harder this time. The front tires spun, spraying dirty water backward. One tire climbed the inner edge of the guide rail and dropped with a bang that echoed through the tunnel. The stopped brushes swayed overhead like heavy, wet animals. A warning buzzer began to chirp from the control panel, sharp and stupid and relentless. Beep, beep, beep. The conveyor fault light blinked red. Knew that sound. It meant the belt had tension where it shouldn't, something fighting the track. If the driver kept gunning it, he could jump the rail or snap the chain. Best case, he wrecked his SUV and our equipment. Worst case, he pinned one of us between the Tahoe and the wall. "We need everyone out of the tunnel," I told the operator, or Mara, or myself. Mara didn't move. She had both hands on the rear passenger handle now, pulling until her boots slid. The window fogged again from inside. This time, something small and pale pressed low against the glass. Fingers, not an open palm. Fingertips, 4 of them, bent slightly as if the person inside was trying to hook them under the window seam. Mara made a sound I had never heard from her before. Not a scream, more like air punched out of her. "I can see them," she said. The driver's window dropped halfway. "Last chance," he said. "Turn the wash back on and nobody gets hurt." "Police are coming," I said. He laughed once. No humor. "Just air. You think that helps?" That sentence stayed with me because it didn't sound like a threat exactly. It sounded like experience. Mara looked at me over the roofline, face wet with spray and sweat. "Open the tunnel doors. The exit door's automatic. Override it. I don't know if you're the shift lead." There it was. The little knife of it, not mean, not unfair, but perfectly placed. I was the shift lead. I had keys. I had codes. I knew how to reset the foam pump and clear a jammed coin chute. But Harlan never trained us for possible abducted child in SUV. He trained us for refunds, weather closures, and what to do if someone stole air fresheners. The control pedestal chirped again. The equipment room had the breaker panel, the manual override for the exit dryer door, and the old landline that Harlan insisted we keep because cell service is a suggestion. It was 10 steps away on the other side of the tunnel, past the front of the Tahoe, past the driver. "I need to get to the panel," I said. The driver's head turned. "What panel?" Mara answered before I could stop her. "The one that opens the door." His eyes narrowed. For a second, all of us understood the shape of the problem at once. If we opened the exit door and restarted anything, he might force the Tahoe out before the police arrived. If we left everything stopped, the SUV stayed trapped, but so did whoever was inside. And if he kept trying to drive, the vehicle itself became a hazard in a tunnel barely wider than its mirrors. The 911 operator said, "Can you safely leave the building?" "No," I said. "The car is blocking the tunnel. We have employees inside. Someone may be inside the vehicle. Do not approach the vehicle." Mara still had her hand on the rear door handle. "Mara," I said. Step back. I'm not leaving them. You can't open it. Then give me something that can break glass. The driver slammed his palm against the inside of his door. Touch that window and I swear. What? Mara shouted. You'll complain to the manager. He stared at her, and I saw the anger drain out of his face so quickly it was almost worse. His expression went flat, practical. He reached down, not for the key fob this time, for something between the seats. Move, I yelled. Mara ducked behind the rear quarter panel as the driver's door kicked open. His hand came out holding a black object. My brain supplied gun, and my body went cold in a very physical way, a tightening of skin and gut. But then the amber hazard light flashed, and I saw it clearly. A tire iron, short, black, L-shaped. He swung it at Mara through the narrow space between his open door and the SUV's side. He wasn't close enough to hit her cleanly. The end clipped the rear door with a metallic crack, leaving a fresh dent below one of the smeared handprints. Mara stumbled backward, slipped, and landed hard on one hip. Mara, I'm fine, she snapped, but her voice shook. Tyler disappeared into the equipment room. For a horrible second, I thought he had run. Then he came back with the fire extinguisher. It was one of the big red ABC extinguishers, the kind mounted by the door with an inspection tag nobody ever checked unless Harlan was in a mood. Tyler held it in both hands, arms trembling. Put it down, the driver said. Tyler shook his head. No, kid, I'm not a kid. You look like one. Tyler swallowed. Yeah, well, you look like every guy my sister told me not to get in a car with. The driver stepped out fully now, tire iron in his right hand. The Tahoe's engine continued to idle, low and rough. The warning buzzer kept chirping. My phone was still connected to 911, the operator's voice tiny and persistent near my shoulder. Officers are en route, she said. Can you give me a description of the suspect? White male, late 30s, black jacket, navy cap, tire iron, I said, watching him move around the open door. He's outside the vehicle now. Is anyone injured? Not yet. Mara, still on the floor, said, rude. Absurdity of it almost made me laugh. Almost. Then the lights flickered, just once. The tunnel dropped into shadow for half a breath before the fluorescence buzzed back on. All of us froze, even the driver. The machines didn't restart, but something in the back room clicked, then clicked again. The soap pumps along the wall vibrated with a dying hum. Tyler looked toward the equipment room. That's not good. What was that? I asked. The main panel's wet. My stomach tightened. What do you mean wet? I mean there's water on the floor by the panel. From the reclaim tank, I think. Or the line. I don't know. The reclaim system sat behind the tunnel wall, a collection of pumps and filters that recycled wash water until it was more chemistry than water. It had been making a low knocking noise all week. I had put it in the closing notes twice. Harlan had replied with a thumbs up emoji once and nothing the second time. Now the floor around the equipment room threshold glistened with a shallow sheet of water spreading toward the tunnel. It carried foam and grit and little floating scraps of paper from the towel box. The chirping control panel gave another beep. Then the note changed, lower and more urgent. A procedural failure. That's what a report would call it later. In the moment, it was a puddle crawling toward electricity, while a man with a tire iron blocked us from the only controls that mattered. "Everyone away from the equipment room," I said. Tyler looked down at his wet shoes. The driver looked too. He understood before I finished. If the panel shorted or the power cut completely, the exit door might stay locked down. The tunnel would become a metal and concrete box with one stuck SUV, one possible child inside it, and a man who was running out of time. The tapping started again. Not 3 taps now. A quick, uneven series. Tap, 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 tap. From inside the rear passenger door. Mara pushed herself up, wincing, one hand pressed against her hip. "I'm breaking the window," she said. "No," I said. The driver said it at the same time. For one strange second, we were on the same side of that word. Mara glared at me. "Why not? Glass goes inward. If there's a kid right there, then we pull them out. If the car jumps the rail, it crushes you. If we wait, he leaves." "He's not leaving." The driver smiled again, but this time it looked strained. "You sure?" The Tahoe's brake lights flared. Nobody was in the front seat. The red glow filled the tunnel. Mara whispered, "What the hell?" The driver spun toward the SUV. No, 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 no. The vehicle shifted. Not much, an inch, maybe 2. But it shifted. Someone inside had climbed into the front, or hit the pedals from below, or knocked the gear selector. I couldn't tell. The engine revved high, then dropped. The Tahoe rocked against the conveyor lock, trapped, but not harmless. The guide rail screamed under the tire. The driver forgot us for a second and yanked open his door. That was the opening. "Tyler," I shouted. He pulled the pin on the extinguisher. The driver turned back just as Tyler squeezed the handle. White powder blasted across the tunnel. It hit the man in the face and chest, swallowed his cap, coated the open driver's door, bloomed into the air like dirty snow. He cursed and stumbled backward, swinging the tire iron blind. It clanged against the metal pedestal, missing my wrist by inches. My phone slipped from my hand and skidded across the wet floor, still connected to 911. The operator's voice came from somewhere near the tire rail. Sir, are you still there?" I grabbed Mara under the arm and hauled her back as Tyler kept spraying in short bursts, coughing through the cloud. The powder scratched my throat. My eyes watered instantly. The tunnel became fragments, hazard lights, white dust, black tire iron, Mara's sleeve in my fist, Tyler's panicked face behind the extinguisher hose. The driver crashed into the Tahoe's rear door. His left hand hit the handle. The locks clicked again. Unlocked. Mara heard it too. She moved before I could stop her. She lunged for the rear passenger door, grabbed the handle, and pulled. The door opened 6 inches. A smell rolled out. Sweat, plastic, old fast food, and something metallic, faint but unmistakable. From inside the dark second row, a small voice said, "Please." Then the driver slammed his shoulder into the door from the outside, crushing it partly shut again. Mara screamed, not from fear this time, but pain. Her fingers were caught. I saw her face go white around the mouth. Tyler dropped the extinguisher and grabbed the driver around the waist. They both slipped. The tire iron fell and spun under the Tahoe with a ringing scrape. I jammed my shoulder into the rear door, pushing back against the driver's weight, trying to open enough space for Mara's hand. The door moved an inch. Not enough. She made a tight, animal sound through her teeth. "Pull your fingers," I shouted. "I'm trying." The driver shoved harder from the other side, using his whole body. He was stronger than all three of us in the stupid way panicked adults can be strong, powered by adrenaline and whatever awful plan had brought him here. Then the lights went out. Not a flicker. Out. The tunnel dropped into emergency darkness, lit only by the Tahoe's amber hazards and red brake glow. The warning buzzer died mid-beep. The fans stopped completely. Without the machines, without the lights, without the constant electrical hum, the space felt smaller at once. Water dripped. Someone coughed. Mara sobbed once and bit it back. In the dark, the Tahoe's engine kept running. And from the equipment room came a sharp pop. Blue-white sparks snapped near the panel, reflected in the spreading water. Tyler yelled, "Back, back." Mara's hand came free all at once. She stumbled into me, clutching 2 fingers against her chest. The rear door swung open a foot before the driver yanked it almost closed again from the outside. Almost, not latched. Inside, in the narrow gap, I saw a child's sneaker, gray with a yellow stripe. Then the exit door at the far end of the tunnel began to rise, slowly, not because I opened it, not because the power was stable. The backup motor groaned somewhere overhead, triggered by the fault or the outage or the Tahoe's weight on the track. Cold night air spilled in under the door, carrying the sound of traffic and the distant wail of a siren that might have been coming for us or might have been headed anywhere in Columbus. The driver heard it too. He turned toward the widening gap. The Tahoe was still running. The rear door was not fully shut. Someone was inside. The police were not there yet. And now the tunnel was opening. The exit door lifted one ribbed metal panel at a time. Not fast, not dramatic, just steady enough to make all of us understand what was about to happen if nobody stopped it. Cold air came sliding in at ankle height, cutting through the wet chemical warmth of the tunnel. Beyond the widening gap was the exit apron, the row of vacuums under their blue plastic domes, the dark rectangle of the dumpster enclosure. And beyond that, the service road that wrapped behind the gas station toward Hamilton Road. The whole layout drew itself in my head the way it did every closing shift. Entrance lane behind us to the west, kiosk to the left, equipment room to the right, tunnel running east toward the exit. Then the open lot where a car could be gone in 6 seconds if it made the turn clean. The Tahoe was pointed right at that opening. Mara was bent over beside me, clutching her injured hand against her chest. Her middle and ring fingers had already started swelling. The skin pinched red and purple across the knuckles. She kept breathing through her nose in sharp little pulls, trying not to make noise. Tyler stood near the equipment room threshold with the emptying fire extinguisher hanging from one hand. Powder coated his beard, his eyebrows, the front of his polo. He looked 22 in the worst possible way, too young to be standing in water next to a sparking panel, while a man with a tire iron tried to drag a child out of sight. The driver wiped extinguisher dust from his eyes with his sleeve. He coughed once, spat white paste onto the concrete, and reached for the Tahoe's open rear door. Inside, the small voice said, "No." It was so soft that for a second the idling engine almost swallowed it. Then it came again. "No, please." Mara lunged toward the door. I caught the back of her jacket. "Your hand." "Screw my hand." "Mara, Evan, move." Her voice had gone flat from pain, not calmer, worse. Pain was burning through her fear and leaving only direction. The driver saw us coming and shoved his shoulder into the rear door. It slammed most of the way shut, but didn't latch. Something inside blocked it. A bag maybe, a foot, the child. I didn't know, and the not knowing made every option feel wrong. Attempt 1 was simple because panic likes simple plans. Open the rear door. Pull whoever was inside out. Keep the driver away until police arrived. Mara went low for the handle. I went high, grabbing the upper edge of the door frame with both hands. Tyler stepped forward with the extinguisher like a shield. The driver swung at him, not with the tire iron now that had slid under the SUV, but with his elbow and forearm, hard enough to knock Tyler against the wall. Tyler's shoulder hit a stainless steel soap line with a hollow bang. The rear door popped open 8 inches. I saw the inside clearly for the first time. A black duffel bag jammed on the floor. Fast food wrappers crushed into the footwell. A child's leg bent awkwardly against the seat base. Gray sneaker, yellow stripe, bare ankle above it, dirty and scraped. A strip of silver tape wrapped around the ankle and the seat bracket. Tape, the same gray tape as the rear camera. Mara saw it too. "Oh my God," she said. The driver roared, not words, just sound, and slammed his weight into the door again. It hit Mara's shoulder. She fell back against me. My boots slipped. For half a second, both of us were going down. Tyler recovered enough to grab the driver from behind, arms around his ribs. It didn't hold. The man jerked backward and drove his head into Tyler's face. There was a dull crack. Tyler let go and folded to one knee, both hands flying to his nose. Blood ran instantly between his fingers, dark in the hazard light flashes. "Tyler," I shouted. "I'm okay," he said, which meant he was. The driver shoved the door shut. This time it latched. The locks clicked. Attempt 1 failed, but it gave us the first solid fact none of us could explain away. The person inside wasn't just hiding or scared. They were restrained. The exit door was halfway up now. The Tahoe's headlights painted a flat white strip across the wet apron outside. Steam or mist curled in the cold. The siren was louder, but still distant, bouncing off buildings and traffic, so I couldn't tell whether it was 2 blocks away or 2 miles. Mara cradled her hand and stared at the locked rear door like hatred alone might open it. "He taped them," she said. "He taped their ankle." The driver backed toward his open front door, one hand on the Tahoe, the other still wiping powder from his eyes. He was blinking hard. The extinguisher had done something. Slowed him. Hurt him. Not enough. "Stay away from my car," he said. "Not happening," Mara said. "You don't know what you're doing. You keep saying that like it makes you sound innocent." He looked toward the exit again. The gap was high enough now that if the Tahoe jumped the rail or the conveyor released, he might be able to crouch drive through it. The roof would clear. Barely. My phone lay near the tire rail, screen glowing through a film of powder and water. I could hear the 911 operator faintly. "Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?" I needed that phone. We needed the line open. We needed the operator to know the door was rising, that there was a restrained child, that the driver was trying to escape. But the phone was on the floor between the Tahoe's front tire and the pedestal, within reach of the driver. Attempt 2 formed out of that need. Get the phone. Give the plate. Keep the call alive. "I'm going for it," I said. Mara didn't look away from the SUV. "He'll hit you. He's half blind." "He's not blind enough." Tyler coughed. Blood spotted his shirt. "I can distract him." "No," Mara and I said together. He gave a wet little laugh, then winced. Nice to be valued. I looked at the floor. The tunnel was divided by the conveyor track down the middle, with narrow walkways on either side. The Tahoe sat slightly crooked in the rail, passenger side, closer to the right wall, driver's side, giving just enough space for a person to squeeze past if they didn't mind being pinned. The control pedestal was on the left. My phone was just beyond it, maybe 7 feet from me. The driver stood by the open front door, facing Mara and Tyler. He was watching them because Mara was loud and Tyler was bleeding. He wasn't watching me as closely. I moved, not fast at first. Fast would catch his attention. I slid along the left wall, hand on damp tile, staying behind the control pedestal. My shoes made small squeaks in the soap water. Every sound felt amplified now that the machines were dead. Tyler's wet breathing, Mara's sharp exhales, the Tahoe's rough idle, the exit door motor grinding overhead. I got within 3 feet of the phone. The driver's head turned. I dropped to one knee and reached. He kicked at my hand. His boot missed my fingers, but hit the phone, sending it skidding under the front bumper. "No," I shouted. The phone slid into the trench drain channel beneath the Tahoe, stopping against a clump of leaves and foam. The screen stayed lit. The operator's voice became a tinny murmur under the engine. The driver grabbed my shirt at the shoulder. For a second, all I could see was his face close to mine, streaked with white powder and sweat, eyes red and streaming. He smelled like stale coffee and cold cigarettes under the extinguisher dust. "You should have let me go," he said. Then Mara hit him with the plastic tire shine bottle. It wasn't heavy, but she swung with her good hand and caught him on the ear. The bottle burst. Purple gel splattered across his cheek and neck. He cursed and let go of me. I scrambled backward, leaving my phone under the Tahoe. Attempt 2 failed too. But while I was on the floor, close to the Michigan plate, I saw something the salt hadn't covered. The plate wasn't just dirty. A second plate was underneath it. I could see the lower edge through a crack where the Michigan plate had been fastened over it with mismatched screws. The bottom plate was Ohio, white and red. The Michigan plate was a disguise, or stolen or borrowed, but it wasn't the Tahoe's original plate. The taped camera, the covered plate, the restrained ankle. The trap tightened because each fact removed another innocent explanation. "Fake plate," I yelled toward the phone, toward Mara, toward nobody. "There's another plate underneath," the driver heard. His eyes went to the back of the SUV, then to me. That was when the misdirection happened. A shape appeared in the exit gap outside. Tall, moving fast across the headlights. Mara screamed, "There's another one." Tyler stumbled backward into the equipment room doorframe. I twisted around, expecting another man, an accomplice coming in from the service road, maybe the person who had been waiting for the Tahoe to clear the tunnel. The shape slammed against the rising exit door with a wet, flapping smack. It had arms. At least, my brain made them arms in that first awful second. Long dark things spread across the lower panels, jerking and twisting in the draft. The headlights threw them huge against the wall. Something scraped metal. Something rattled. The driver froze too, and for one stupid breath, all four of us stared at it together. Then the arms peeled loose and tumbled inside. A black trash bag. One from the dumpster enclosure outside, caught by the gust under the rising door and inflated by the air from the tunnel. The drawstrings whipped like fingers as it collapsed on the wet concrete. Tyler made a sound halfway between a sob and a laugh. "Trash bag," he said through his bloody nose. "It's a trash bag." Nobody laughed with him, because the moment had cost us. The driver used it. He dove into the front seat and yanked the door mostly shut behind him. The Tahoe's engine roared. The rear tire spun. The vehicle bucked hard against the locked conveyor. Metal shrieked under the chassis. The whole tunnel vibrated. "Get away from it," I shouted. Mara was still near the rear door. The Tahoe rocked backward, then forward. Not much. 6 inches at most. Enough to knock her off balance. I grabbed her by the elbow and dragged her toward the left wall. She fought me for 1 second, then the SUV lurched again, and she came willingly, cursing through clenched teeth. The exit door was now 3/4 open. The emergency lights above the tunnel kicked on at last. Dim red bulbs spaced along the ceiling. They made the soap water look black. They made everyone's face look injured. The Tahoe's front tires climbed the guide rail again. This time, they didn't drop back cleanly. The passenger side tire rode up and stuck on the rail, lifting that side of the SUV just enough to tilt the whole vehicle toward the left walkway. Toward us. Tyler shouted, "It's going over." It was. Not yet. But it was cocked at an angle, unstable, tires spinning and catching. The driver was trying to muscle it free through the opening, but the conveyor had become a metal hook under the vehicle. If he kept going, he might tear it loose or roll it sideways into the wall. The child inside screamed. That sound changed the air. Not a movie scream. Not clean. It was high and torn and cut off too soon, like a hand had covered their mouth or they had run out of breath. Mara said, "We can't wait." She was right. I hated that she was right. The police were coming, but not in the tunnel yet. Exit door was open enough for the Tahoe to leave if the rail gave. The child was restrained. The driver was panicking. The electrical panel was sparking behind us. The phone was under the SUV. Every safe option belonged to a version of the night that had already ended. "We need to stop the car from moving," Tyler said. "How?" Mara asked. He pointed with the extinguisher hose toward the equipment room. "Wheel chocks. Yellow rubber ones. Harlan makes me put them away because customers steal them." Of course, 2 heavy rubber chocks sat on the lower shelf near the oil absorbent and broken vacuum nozzles. We used them for delivery trucks and maintenance vans. If we could wedge them behind the Tahoe's rear tires, maybe the vehicle couldn't rock backward and build momentum. Maybe the equipment room threshold was wet. The panel had sparked once, maybe twice. The floor inside was shin deep in risk, not water. Tyler's attempt to help had already broken his nose. Mara had a crushed hand. I was the least injured, which meant the next stupid thing belonged to me. "I'll get them," I said. Mara grabbed my sleeve with her good hand. "Don't step in the water near the panel. I know, you don't know. You're saying that because you want us to think you know." That landed because it was true. I looked at the equipment room. The entrance was on the right side of the tunnel, opposite the kiosk, just behind the Tahoe's front passenger door. The sparking panel was mounted on the far wall inside, 3 feet from the floor. Water had spread across most of the room, but the chocks were on a shelf near the door, maybe reachable without going fully in. Maybe. The Tahoe bucked again. The rear door popped slightly, then caught. Inside, the child cried out, a muffled sound behind glass and metal. Mara let go of my sleeve. "Go," she said. I crossed in front of the Tahoe at a crouch, staying clear of the front tires, as much as the narrow tunnel allowed. The driver saw me through the windshield. His mouth moved. I couldn't hear what he said over the revving engine. Then the SUV shifted forward another foot. The front bumper clipped my thigh. Not hard enough to break anything, hard enough to spin me into the right wall. My knee hit concrete. Pain flashed up my leg in a bright line. For a moment, all I could do was breathe with my forehead pressed against damp tile, smelling bleach and mold and rubber. "Evan," Mara shouted. "I'm up," I lied. I dragged myself to the equipment room doorway. The air inside was warmer and worse, full of burnt electrical smell, like pennies and scorched dust. Water rippled across the floor from the vibration of the SUV. The breaker panel had gone dark, but a small orange indicator light blinked inside the lower cabinet. The chocks were exactly where Tyler said they would be, on the shelf to my left. I reached in without stepping over the threshold. Too far. My fingertips brushed rubber. The Tahoe roared behind me. I leaned farther, bracing one hand against the doorframe. My wet glove slipped. My right foot splashed over the threshold into the equipment room water. Every muscle in my body locked. Nothing happened. No shock, no flash, no sudden ending. Just cold water soaking through my shoe. I snatched the first chock, then the second, and stumbled backward into the tunnel with both rubber wedges hugged to my chest. "Got them," I shouted. Tyler took one. Mara, injured hand tucked close, took the other with her good hand. We moved toward the rear tires. The driver saw the chocks. The Tahoe's reverse lights came on. White light blasted over us. "Back," I yelled. The SUV jerked backward. The rear bumper slammed into the hanging brush assembly behind it. The brush, stopped and heavy with water, swung like a pendulum and knocked Tyler sideways. He hit the floor hard, the chalk bouncing out of his hands and sliding under the left walkway railing. Mara managed to shove her chalk behind the passenger side rear tire just before the Tahoe rocked forward again. The tire crushed into the rubber wedge and stopped for half a second. A partial success. Only partial. The driver shifted again. The engine screamed. The tire chewed against the chalk, smoking faintly, rubber on rubber. The smell was immediate and awful. The child inside started kicking. Not tapping now, kicking. The rear passenger door shook with it. Thud, thud, thud. Mara dropped to her knees beside the door. "Hey, we're here. Keep your feet back from the door, okay? Can you hear me?" A muffled voice answered, but I couldn't make out the words. "What?" Mara shouted. The child said it again, clearer through the glass. "There's another one." I thought they meant another driver, another man, another threat. Then a second small hand appeared against the rear side window on the driver's side. Not the passenger side, the far side. 2 children, one on each side of the back seat. Mara stared across the SUV, her face emptied. Tyler, still on the floor, lifted his head. Blood had dried black under his nose, and fresh blood shone on his upper lip. Another kid, the driver hit the horn. A long, blaring blast filled the tunnel. It wasn't to scare us. It was to drown the children out. The point of no return came immediately after. The rubber chalk under the passenger side tire spat out from under the wheel and shot across the tunnel like a brick. It hit the equipment room door with a bang, bounced once, and disappeared into the water inside. The Tahoe lurched free of the conveyor rail. Not all the way. Enough. Its front end dropped with a crash, tires finding wet concrete instead of track. The vehicle surged forward toward the open exit, rear passenger door, still not fully latched, 2 children inside, and the driver hunched over the wheel like a man who had decided that leaving mattered more than anything he might hit. I was on the right side of the tunnel. Mara was on the left, beside the rear door. Tyler was down between us. The Tahoe angled sideways, blocking the path back to the entrance. Behind us, the equipment room sparked again. Ahead of us, the exit door stood open to the night, and the SUV began to move. The Tahoe didn't roar out of the tunnel. That would have been easier to understand. It crawled. The front tires found the wet concrete beyond the conveyor and dragged the rest of the SUV with a grinding, sideways scrape, like some huge animal pulling itself out of a trap. The rear end was still half caught. The passenger side back door sat crooked in its frame, not open, but not shut right either, flexing with each jerk of the chassis. Mara was beside it. "Mara," I yelled. She flattened herself against the left wall, shoulder blades hitting tile. The Tahoe's rear quarter panel swung toward her, close enough to smear soap across the front of her jacket. She sucked in her stomach like that would make her smaller. Her injured hand was tucked against her ribs. Her other hand grabbed a pipe along the wall. The SUV lurched again. Tyler was still on the floor between the track and the right walkway. I got to him as the Tahoe's rear bumper shuddered past. My left knee screamed when I knelt, that bright pain from where the bumper had clipped me turning hot and deep now. I hooked both hands under Tyler's armpits and dragged. He was taller than he looked and slippery with water and extinguisher powder. His boots caught on the conveyor rail. "Push," I said. "I am. You're not. My face is broken. Push anyway." He laughed once, then coughed blood onto his shirt. He dug his heels against the concrete and shoved himself backward. Together, we cleared the tire path just as the Tahoe's rear wheel jumped off the rail with a sound like a gunshot. The whole vehicle dropped. The passenger side rear door popped open 3 inches. A child screamed inside. The driver hit the gas. The Tahoe surged toward the exit, but the angle was wrong. Its right front fender clipped the steel guide post at the end of the tunnel. The impact snapped the passenger side mirror forward. Plastic exploded across the floor. The SUV stopped dead for half a second, engine still screaming, front bumper jammed against the post. That half second was all Mara needed. She grabbed the crooked rear door handle and pulled. It opened maybe a foot. Inside, in the dim red emergency light, I saw the child closest to her fully for the first time. A girl, maybe 8 or 9, white, thin, with tangled brown hair stuck to her damp cheeks. Silver duct tape bound one ankle to the seat bracket, exactly as I'd seen before. More tape wrapped one wrist to the seat belt stalk. Her other hand was free, fingers red and swollen from hitting the glass. Her eyes locked on Mara. "Help my brother," she said. "Not help me, help my brother." The driver twisted around in the front seat. "Shut up." Mara jammed her shoulder into the door gap to keep it open. "Evan, I'm coming." I looked at Tyler. He was sitting up now, one hand pressed under his nose, blinking hard. The right side of his face was already swelling. "Stay back," I told him. He gave me a look through watering eyes. "That has not worked once tonight. Fair." The tire iron was still somewhere under the Tahoe. The fire extinguisher was empty or close to it. The phone was trapped under the front, still maybe connected, maybe dead. The equipment room sparked behind us. The exit stood open to the lot. The police siren was louder now, but sound did strange things around the gas station and concrete walls. It might have been close. It might have been nothing we could depend on. The Tahoe rocked as the driver shifted from drive to reverse. The reverse lights flared white. "Mara, move. I can't get her loose." The rear wheel spun backward, but the front bumper was wedged against the guidepost. The SUV twisted instead of moving cleanly. Metal shrieked. The rear door slammed against Mara's shoulder and knocked her sideways. She fell hard on the wet floor, crying out through clenched teeth. The little girl threw her free hand into the door opening. I lunged and caught her wrist. She was real, warm, terrified. Her pulse beat against my fingers like a trapped bird. "Hold on," I said. "I can't," she said. "You can." The driver shifted again. "Drive." The engine screamed. The Tahoe slammed forward into the post. The girl's taped ankle jerked. She screamed, a sharp, broken sound that snapped something inside me. Not courage. I don't want to dress it up. It was anger, plain and hot, because there was no version of policy or procedure, or don't overreact, that covered a child screaming because a man was using a car to tear her loose or keep her trapped. I climbed halfway into the rear footwell. The smell hit harder inside: sweat, old fries, wet fabric, urine, and that metallic smell that had been faint before. Blood somewhere. Not a lot, but enough. The tape around her ankle was thick, wrapped fast and ugly. I clawed at the edge with wet gloves and got nowhere. "Knife," I shouted. "No knife," Mara said from the floor. "Keys," Tyler said. "What? Your shift keys?" My keys were on my belt. Harlan's stupid ring, office, towel cabinet, chemical cage, coin box, emergency panel. I yanked them free and found the narrowest key by feel. My hands shook so badly the ring jingled like a bell. The driver threw his door open. He was getting out. "Mara," Tyler said, "I see him." She tried to stand and failed. Her hip buckled. She caught herself on the wall, teeth bared, face gray with pain. Tyler grabbed the plastic towel box from the floor and hurled it at the driver. It bounced off the open front door. Useless, loud enough to make the driver flinch. I saw it at the tape with the key. The girl sobbed once, then bit her sleeve. "What's your name?" I asked, because I needed her focused on anything but the key cutting close to her skin. "Lily." "Okay, Lily, I'm Evan. My brother's Noah." "Where is he?" "Behind him, driver side rear, the far side. The side none of us could reach because the SUV was angled so close to the left wall that Mara could barely stand there, and the driver was between us and the opposite door." "How old is Noah?" 6. The tape split. Not all the way, enough to loosen. The driver reached the rear door and grabbed the edge above my shoulder. His hand closed on my collar. "Out," he said. He hauled backward. My throat caught against the shirt collar. I lost the key. It fell into the footwell. Lily grabbed at my sleeve, screaming. The driver pulled again, dragging me out of the car by the back of my polo. My injured knee hit the concrete first. White pain shot up my leg. I swung backward with my elbow and caught something soft. His stomach, maybe. He grunted, but didn't let go. His other hand grabbed my hair and shoved my face toward the wet floor. I saw the tire iron then. Under the SUV, near the rear wheel, black metal, half submerged in water and foam. I reached for it, too far. The driver pushed harder. My cheek hit concrete. Grit and detergent scraped my skin. For a second, I couldn't breathe. The tunnel smelled like rubber smoke and dirty water. Then Mara kicked him in the side of the knee. Not a dramatic spin kick, just her boot, hard and low, with every bit of pain she had saved. His leg buckled. He let go of my hair and swung at her. The back of his hand caught her across the face. She went down. "Mara," Tyler yelled. The driver turned toward her. That was his mistake. Tyler came from behind with the steel nozzle of the spray wand. He didn't swing like a hero. He swung like someone scared out of his mind and angry about it. The metal nozzle cracked against the driver's wrist. The driver shouted and dropped whatever grip he had left on the rear door. Tyler swung again and hit his forearm. The driver rushed him. They collided near the guide post at the exit. Tyler was bigger, but hurt. The driver drove him backward into the broken mirror pieces and the open, cold air. They staggered outside the tunnel threshold, boots slipping on soap that had spilled onto the apron. I crawled back into the rear footwell, found the key. "Lily, pull when I say." I cut the last stubborn band around her ankle. The tape gave with a soft, tearing sound. Her leg came free too fast, and she cried out when she moved it. "Can you crawl?" She nodded, but her face said no. I grabbed her under the arms and pulled her toward the door. She was light, too light. Her knee banged the seat base, and she whimpered into my shoulder. "Sorry," I said. "Get Noah. I will." That was a promise I had no business making. I passed Lily to Mara, who had dragged herself up against the wall. Blood ran from Mara's split lip down her chin, and her injured hand hung against her chest, fingers bent wrong. She wrapped her good arm around Lily anyway. "Hey," Mara said, voice shaking. "Got you? You're okay." "Look at me, not him, you're okay." Lily clung to her jacket. Outside, Tyler cried out. The driver had slammed him into one of the vacuum posts just beyond the exit apron. The blue plastic dome rattled. The vacuum hose swung loose and knocked against the metal column with a hollow thump. The service road beyond them was empty except for rain-dark pavement and the glow from the gas station sign. No police in the lot yet. No savior, just us. The Tahoe was still running, and Noah was still inside. I climbed across the second row toward the driver's side rear seat. The interior was a mess of shadows and hazard light flashes. The seats were folded weirdly, one half down, the other upright. A black duffel bag sat between the children's positions. When I shoved it aside, something inside clattered. Zip ties, a roll of duct tape, a child's blue jacket, a disposable phone. I didn't stop to think about any of it. "Noah," I said. A small boy was tucked low behind the driver's seat, half on the floor, half wedged under the seat belt. His blonde hair was plastered to his forehead. Tape crossed his mouth, not tight enough to seal it completely, but enough to make every breath nasal and panicked. One wrist was zip-tied to the metal seat frame. His eyes were open too wide. "I'm going to get you out," I said. He shook his head violently. I thought he meant no. Then I heard the driver's door open. The man had broken away from Tyler. He was coming back. I tried to cut the zip tie with the key. It wouldn't bite. The plastic was too thick, too tight. Noah made a thin, frantic sound behind the tape. "Evan," Mara shouted from outside the rear door. "He's coming." "I know." The driver climbed into the front seat. He didn't look back at me. He slammed the door, grabbed the gear shift, and stomped the gas. The Tahoe lurched forward. I was inside it now. That was the point where the night stopped having edges. The SUV tore free from the guidepost with a metallic shriek and shot out of the tunnel. Not fast like open road, but fast enough that my body slammed sideways into the folded seat. The rear door swung open and crashed against its hinge, banging once, twice. Cold air blasted through the cabin. Mara's voice disappeared behind us. Noah screamed through the tape. I grabbed the seat frame with one hand and Noah with the other. The Tahoe fishtailed across the exit apron. The passenger side clipped the vacuum island. The impact threw me forward into the center console. Something cracked in my ribs, or maybe just felt like it. The blue vacuum dome shattered, plastic chunks skidding across the pavement. The driver corrected too hard. The SUV bounced off the curb near the dumpster enclosure and stalled for half a second. I saw the gas station through the windshield. Bright windows, a cashier inside turning his head, a woman at pump 3 freezing with the nozzle in her hand. The driver was not headed for Hamilton Road anymore. He was aiming for the service road behind the building, away from cameras, away from people. I still had the key. I still had Noah's zip tie under my hand. And I had one other thing, Harlan's key fob for the wash office, clipped to the ring. A chunky plastic remote with a panic button for the alarm system that Harlan used when he walked deposits to his truck. It worked from the lot. I knew because he had set it off by accident twice and blamed Tyler both times. I pressed it. Nothing. I pressed harder. The office alarm erupted behind us. Not a car horn, a building alarm. High, pulsing, ugly, loud enough to bounce off the gas station canopy and make the woman at pump 3 drop the nozzle. The driver flinched and looked toward the office. I used that half second to do the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the gear shift from the passenger side and yanked. The Tahoe slammed into neutral. The engine revved uselessly. The driver punched me in the side of the head. There was light, then not light, then the dashboard swimming back into place. My ear filled with a high ringing. Noah kicked at the floor, sobbing through the tape. The driver grabbed for the gear shift. I clamped both arms around it. He hit me again. Shoulder this time, then ribs. Not clean punches, cramped by the console, but hard enough to empty my lungs. "Let go," he shouted. I didn't. Tahoe rolled forward in neutral, coasting down the slight slope toward the service road. The open rear door banged against the vacuum hose dragging along the ground. The building alarm wailed. Someone outside screamed. The siren was close now, very close, but still not in front of us. Noah's bound wrist was stretched tight to the seat frame. If the driver got the Tahoe back into gear, he would leave with both of us. If I let go to cut Noah free, the driver would get the gear shift. So I did something worse. I let go with one hand, grabbed the roll of duct tape from the duffel, and jammed it under the brake pedal. It was stupid. It could have slid loose immediately. It could have done nothing. But when the driver stomped for the brake at the service road turn, the pedal caught halfway. The Tahoe didn't stop in time. It jumped the low curb and crashed nose first into the dumpster enclosure. The impact was not cinematic. No explosion. No flipping vehicle. Just a brutal crunch of metal against brick. The sound of the radiator bursting. My body thrown forward against the center console. And Noah's small frame yanked against the zip tie. For a second, everything was steam and alarm, and my own awful breathing. The driver's airbag had gone off. It pinned him back in the seat, white fabric pressed against his chest and face. He groaned, dazed but alive. Blood ran from his nose. His hands twitched against the wheel. I moved before he could clear his head. My fingers found the key again. I sawed at Noah's zip tie until the edge of the key cut into my own thumb and slicked everything red. Plastic finally snapped. I pulled the tape off his mouth. He screamed once, then gulped air. "I know," I said. "I know, come on." The driver's hand closed around my ankle. I kicked, missed, kicked again, and caught his wrist against the console. He grunted and let go. The rear door was jammed open from the crash. I shoved Noah toward it, then crawled after him, half falling onto the wet pavement behind the gas station. My knee buckled when I landed. My ribs seized. The world tilted. Mara was coming across the lot, with Lily in her arms and Tyler limping beside her, one hand still pressed to his nose, the other holding the empty fire extinguisher like he might have to use it as a club. Behind them, red and blue lights swept across the gas pumps. Police cruisers turned into the lot. Not sudden saviors. Too late to prevent the crash. just finally there. The driver tried to climb out through his door. He got 1 foot on the pavement before his injured leg gave. He stumbled against the crumpled front fender, coughing, reaching blindly toward the service road like he still believed he could run. Mara put Lily down behind the vacuum island. Then she picked up the loose vacuum hose with her good hand and hooked it around the driver's ankle. He fell hard, face first onto the wet pavement. Tyler dropped on his back before he could get up, one knee between the driver's shoulder blades, both hands shaking. "I'm sorry," Tyler kept saying, which made no sense until I realized he was talking to Noah, to Lily, to all of us. I'm sorry. The first officer reached us with his pistol drawn and shouted commands that blurred together. "Hands, let me see your hands. Move away from him." I raised both hands. So did Tyler. Mara didn't. She was trying to keep Lily behind her with one arm and hold her broken-looking fingers against her chest. Noah crawled into my lap and held on to my soaked shirt with both fists. He was 6, maybe 7, smaller than the space he had survived. The driver lay on the pavement, one cheek in a puddle, breathing hard through blood and extinguisher powder. The vacuum hose was still looped around his ankle. The Tahoe hissed against the brick enclosure, steam rising from its crushed hood. The rear camera was still taped over. On the dirty white paint, some of the handprints remained even after the wash, pale shapes under the grime and soap, as if the car had tried to scrub them off and failed. Mara looked at me across the pavement. Her mouth was bleeding. Her hand was swelling. Her eyes had that strange, emptied look people get when they have done the thing they were afraid to do and found out it still hurts. I wanted to say something steady, something shift lead, something that made the tunnel, the children, the crash, the tape, the blood, the handprints all fit into a shape we could live with. But Noah was shaking against me, and my phone was still under the Tahoe somewhere inside the car wash, and the alarm kept screaming from the office because nobody had turned it off. So I just held the kid tighter until a paramedic touched my shoulder and told me to let go. By the time the paramedics got Noah to let go of my shirt, the front of it had stretched out of shape. That was the detail my brain chose. Not the crushed Tahoe hissing into the brick dumpster enclosure. Not the driver lying face down with an officer's knee near his shoulder and his wrists being cuffed behind him. Not Lily sitting on the curb in Mara's jacket, staring at the car wash tunnel like it might start moving again by itself. My shirt collar was ruined. I remember looking down at Noah's little fist prints in the wet cotton and thinking Harlan was going to complain about uniforms. Then a paramedic shined a light in my eyes and asked me what year it was. I told him Thursday. He didn't laugh. The first 20 minutes after the crash didn't happen in order. They came in pieces. A female officer guided Lily away from the Tahoe and wrapped a foil blanket around her shoulders. Lily kept asking where Noah was, even when Noah was sitting 8 feet from her on the open back step of an ambulance, his sneakers not quite touching the ground. Every time someone answered her, she nodded like she understood, then asked again 30 seconds later. Mara refused to sit until both kids were inside the ambulance. "Mara," I said, because her left hand had swollen until the fingers looked wrong. angled in ways fingers shouldn't angle. She didn't look at me. They get looked at first. They are being looked at. Then I'm standing. A paramedic tried to take her elbow. She gave him a look so sharp he lifted both hands and backed off. Mara Ellison had spent the whole night being told to step back. Wait, move, don't touch, don't record, don't make it worse. She was done obeying any voice that didn't belong to one of those children. Tyler sat on the pavement beside the vacuum island with gauze pressed under his nose and the empty fire extinguisher still near his foot. Like even after the driver was cuffed, he didn't fully trust the world to stay finished. His beard had dried into white clumps from the powder. Blood made a crooked line down to his collar. "You look awful," I told him. He blinked slowly. "You look like you got run over by customer service." That made me laugh, and laughing made my ribs seize so badly I bent forward and almost threw up. The paramedic said, "Yeah, don't do that." The driver's name was not given to us that night. We learned it later, but in that first hour he was just the suspect, then adult male, then the driver. He was loaded into a cruiser after the paramedics checked his face and leg. He kept asking for a lawyer. He did not ask about Lily or Noah, not once. That was one of the things the detectives wrote down because Mara said it 3 times while giving her statement. He never asked if they were okay, she said, each word clipped. Put that in there. He never asked. The kids' names were Lily and Noah Whitcomb, siblings, missing out of Newark, Ohio, since that afternoon. Their mother had reported them gone after they didn't come home from a neighbor's house. That was what one officer told another near the gas pumps, and I overheard it because nobody remembered. I was sitting right there with an ice pack taped badly to my knee. The driver had been known to the family, not a stranger from a parking lot, which somehow made everything feel worse. He had driven them once before. He had seemed safe enough to a child. That's how horror works in real life, I guess. It doesn't always come from shadows. Sometimes it has a name your parents recognize. The Tahoe belonged to a landscaping company outside Columbus. The Ohio plate underneath was the real one. The Michigan plate had been stolen 2 days earlier from a long-term motel lot near Reynoldsburg. The rear camera was taped because the driver had backed into the car wash entrance with the kids already restrained and didn't want the camera view recorded by any onboard system. That was the detective's guess, not a neat answer. The disposable phone in the duffel had 3 outgoing calls to an unsaved number. The police would not tell us whose. I gave my statement in the kiosk while a crime scene tech photographed the tunnel. The place looked smaller under their flashlights. Bay 2, which had felt huge and deadly in the dark, was just a wet concrete lane with foam drying along the walls and broken plastic from the Tahoe's mirror scattered near the exit. My phone had been recovered from under the front bumper. The screen was cracked, but the call log showed the 911 line had stayed open for 12 minutes and 38 seconds. The operator had heard pieces of everything. The tapping, Mara shouting, Tyler coughing, the crash, Noah crying after I pulled the tape off his mouth. Mara's recording helped too. She had kept filming longer than any reasonable person should have, even after her fingers were crushed. There were gaps where the camera showed only floor, water, or her sleeve, but the audio was clear enough. The driver saying, "Turn it back on." The driver threatening us. Lily's voice through the door. Tyler saying, "I'm not a kid." When the detective asked if she could send them the original file, Mara said, "I already backed it up." The detective looked at her for half a second. Mara said, "What? I've dated men." He didn't ask any follow-up questions. Harlan arrived at 11:18 p.m. in a tan jacket over pajama pants, which would have been funny if I had been less exhausted. He stood at the edge of the lot, staring at the damaged tunnel, the broken vacuum post, the police tape, the crashed Tahoe, his mouth opening and closing without producing much. Then he looked at me and said, "Are you hurt?" I waited for the second half of the sentence. The part about equipment, insurance, cameras, procedures. It didn't come. His face had gone pale and soft in a way I had never seen before. He kept rubbing one hand over his mouth. "Yeah," I said. "A little." He nodded once, then again, like the answer had to travel a long distance before it landed. "Okay," he said. "Okay, we'll close tomorrow." Mara, sitting on the ambulance step now while a paramedic splinted two of her fingers, said, "Generous." Harlan looked at her hand and winced. "Paid." Mara narrowed her eyes. "What?" "We'll close paid." Tyler lifted the gauze from his nose. For everybody. Mara leaned back. "I may need that in writing, boss." And there it was. A little ordinary crack of workplace nonsense in the middle of police lights and ambulance exhaust. It didn't make anything better. It just proved the world had not ended, which felt almost rude. At Riverside Methodist, they put us in separate rooms. My official list was bruised ribs, a sprained knee, a mild concussion, cuts on my cheek and thumb, and detergent irritation in both eyes. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that matched how my body felt when I tried to stand. Mara had 2 fractured fingers, a badly bruised hip, a split lip, and a shoulder strain. Tyler's nose was broken. He also had a mild concussion from the headbutt and a cut on his scalp he hadn't noticed until someone washed the powder out of his hair. The kids were taken to Nationwide Children's. We didn't see them again that night. That was right. That was healthy. That was what professionals were for. It still felt wrong. I kept expecting Noah to be beside me, clutching my shirt. Every time a monitor beeped in the hallway, my hands moved toward a child who wasn't there. Around 3 in the morning, a detective came back and took a second statement. Asked me why I had hit the alarm fob, why I had shifted the Tahoe into neutral, why I had jammed tape under the brake pedal. His tone wasn't accusatory exactly, but official questions have a way of making survival sound like a series of bad choices. "I didn't have a plan," I said. He wrote that down. "I mean, I had pieces of one." He looked up. I said, "Mostly I didn't want him to get to the service road." He nodded and wrote that down too. For 2 days, I slept in pieces. 10 minutes on the couch, an hour in bed, 40 minutes with the TV on and no sound. Every time I drifted off, I heard the tunnel buzzer cut out mid-beep. I heard the rear door slam on Mara's fingers. I heard Lily say, "Help my brother," and my brain kept trying to rewrite the moment, so I moved faster. Mara texted the group, jet a picture of her splinted hand with the caption, 5 stars, great team building exercise. Tyler replied, my nose is facing slightly east now. I replied with a thumbs up because I couldn't think of anything that didn't sound too heavy or too light. 3 mornings later, the story hit local news. Children rescued after car wash employees stop suspected abduction. That was the headline. Clean, simple. Wrong in the way headlines are always wrong. It made us sound organized. It made it sound like a thing people could imagine doing if they were brave enough. It left out Mara's hand trapped in the door, Tyler apologizing while bleeding onto the pavement, me almost letting my old fear make the decision for us. The comments were worse. Some people called us heroes. Some asked why we hadn't called sooner. Some wanted to know why the kids didn't escape on their own. Some man with a profile picture of sunglasses in a truck wrote, I would have handled this in 30 seconds. Mara sent a screenshot of that one and wrote, invite him to our next kidnapping. I did not read comments after that. A week later, Lily and Noah's mother came to the closed car wash. Harlan called me because I lived 15 minutes away, and because Mara said she wasn't ready. Tyler said he would come if needed, but his sister had taken his car keys after the hospital, which felt fair. The mother's name was Rachel Whitcomb, 34, female, from Newark. She was smaller than I expected, with tired eyes and a winter coat buttoned wrong at the top. She stood in the parking lot, holding 2 paper grocery bags. I didn't know what to bring, she said. Inside were muffins, thank you cards, and 3 little bundles wrapped in tissue paper. Lily had made bracelets out of plastic beads. Mine spelled EVAN in blue and white. Mara's spelled MARA in purple. Tyler's spelled TYLR because, Rachel explained, Noah had gotten tired during the E I put mine on immediately, even though it barely fit over my hand. Rachel looked toward the tunnel. Bay 2 was closed behind yellow caution tape. The damaged guidepost had been removed. The vacuum island was boarded off. The brick dumpster enclosure still had a fresh scar where the Tahoe had hit it. Lily wanted to come, she said, but she got sick in the car. That's okay. She keeps asking if the wash is still running. I didn't know what to say. Rachel folded her hands around the strap of her purse. Noah won't sit behind a driver's seat now. He climbs over to the other side if you try. That makes sense, I said, because it did, and because sense was all I could offer. She took a breath that shook once on the way in. The police said if you hadn't stopped him there, he was trying to get to a property off a county road. They found directions in the phone. I looked at the boarded vacuum station. Did they find who he called? Rachel's face changed. Not much. Enough. They're still looking into it. That was the official answer. It did not feel like an answer at all. The car wash reopened 11 days after the crash. New guidepost. New vacuum dome. New safety policy laminated in Harlan's best font. Emergency training. Panic buttons checked weekly. No employee working alone after dark. The reclaim line fixed properly, with a contractor muttering about how it should have been replaced months before. Bay 2 still smelled faintly like electrical burn when it rained. Customers came back because customers always do. They complained about prices, asked for tire shine, forgot to put their cars in neutral. A woman in a minivan yelled at Tyler because the dryer didn't get water out from under her roof rack. He listened, nose still swollen, and apologized with the patience of a saint or someone who had learned exactly how small most problems were. Mara came back with 2 fingers taped together and refused to use the headset because the click of static made her flinch. Harlan didn't argue. He also stopped checking cameras from home every 15 minutes, or at least stopped telling us about it. As for me, I still worked closing shifts. That surprises people when I tell them. They expect trauma to move you cleanly from one version of yourself to another. Quit the job, leave town, become a speaker at safety seminars. Something tidy. Mostly, I just got quieter. I learned the difference between embarrassment and danger. I learned that overreacting is a word people use after nothing bad happens. And sometimes nothing bad happens because somebody overreacted in time. Near the end of March, I was closing alone in the kiosk for 10 minutes while Mara counted towels and Tyler took trash to the dumpster. Harlan's new rule said nobody alone after dark, but alone apparently had a flexible definition when the trash needed doing. A silver sedan pulled into the entrance lane. Normal car, normal plate, person inside, the rear camera uncovered. Still, I walked out before it reached the pay station. The driver lowered her window and asked for the premium wash. As I turned toward the kiosk, I saw a handprint on her rear passenger window. One hand, small. My body reacted before my brain did. Shoulders tight, jaw locked, breath shallow. Then the back window rolled down and a little boy in a booster seat held up both palms, sticky with chocolate. "Sorry," the woman said, exhausted. He had a donut. I nodded. I even smiled. But after she paid and rolled forward, I watched the sedan all the way through the tunnel. Every brush, every rinse, every second until it exited cleanly under the dryers and turned toward Hamilton Road. Mara came up beside me. "You okay?" "Yeah," I said. She didn't believe me, but she let me have it. The sedan's taillights disappeared into traffic. The tunnel dripped behind us, ordinary and wet and bright. On the clean glass wall of the kiosk, reflected over my shoulder, 5 pale fingerprints showed near the edge of the door. They were probably chocolate, probably Tyler S., probably nothing. I wiped them off anyway. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.